DK to 321-321. That's rock to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Curd is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Come on in and talk it over with us in the YouTube chat, which is presented to you by Michelob Ultra, and they are in there, Doug. They want it, and they're in there.
What do they want?
They want to talk it over with you.
Okay. We're right here.
Folks, Lambert Regional Airport is loaded with little sky piggies today. That's from Mark M.
People who bring food with them and wait to eat it until they reach cruising altitude. That's the definition of a sky pig, correct?
Mark M., you'll have to call in, and Chairman Kurt will move you to the front of the line.
Or maybe you buy it there at Burger King, but you don't eat it until you get on the plane and you get to cruising altitude.
You reward yourself for reaching cruising altitude
with a Whopper.
With 2,800 calories.
Okay.
All right, I've done that. Not the Whopper. Not the Whopper part, but I didn't know I was a sky piggy. I don't want to...
Well, Mark M's going to call in, and he's going to talk it over with you.
Do you want to sit in the gate and have like that little meal in your lap
While it's warm?
Well, it's sitting on your lap and it's like fumbling all over. When you could have a nice tray table, come down, have a proper meal, put that neckerchief right there.
So you're saying a commercial plane seat is more roomy than the airport?
Well, having the table, I'm saying, instead of like...
They have tables at the airport. Few and far between in Lambert, but they're...
Never understood. There's 300 people on the plane and there's 50 seats. Just standing around. So I didn't know I was a sky piggy.
Well, Mark M. will be calling in on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101 to let you know. And he also says, I see a few toe tappers also. Ooh. So there's a lot going on at Lambert Regional this morning.
All this morning?
A toe tapper is a guy in the restroom who's at the next stall, and he's tapping his toes to let you know he's interested. Is that correct?
Didn't happen to a senator or something?
I was a Republican from Montana or Wyoming.
Idaho, somewhere up there.
I'm going to go with Senator Larry Craig of Idaho.
Know that. Did he hit on you?
I was in the stall, but he was tapping for the guy on the other side.
Oh,
bad beat.
Darn it.
Rats.
Bad beat.
And they put their feet kind of under your stall while they tap?
Yeah.
Oh, they move it.
Oh.
So the toe tap says, hey, I'm over here laying a log, but I'm interested. And you just decide, if you're a gentleman of that persuasion, hey, that's a good-looking shoe. I'm all in.
Right. Sight unseen.
And I feel like we're getting a little close to kink shaming, and I want to make it clear that the policy of this show is to not.
I do kink shame. I definitely do. First of all, you shouldn't be in a stall in the airport. Save that for home. Unless it's an absolute I'm going to die emergency, you don't belong in there.
It's thin TP in that airport bathroom, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you can hold it a little longer.
It's like a corn husk.
What if you can't, Doug?
Yeah, like if it's a total emergency.
This is one of the only things that Doug is passionate about. You just have to let him have his moment.
If you're running to the restroom, I don't mean you got time to pick up a newspaper or a magazine. You are running there. Okay, fine. But if it's just a recreational thing where you're just going to sit there for 30 minutes, don't do it.
Doug.
Oh, you're the boy pig.
Minneapolis Airport coming back. Was it the Copper Bowl the Badgers were in that year?
Oh, heavens, I don't know.
It would have been the Ron Dane's second year, maybe. Minneapolis Airport, flying back to Madison, Wisconsin. I had one of those moments, probably from an earlier Sky Piggy moment. All of a sudden, my stomach, I'm like, what you just described, couldn't wait. Ran into the bathroom. I'm sorry, I just had to use the restroom. And all of a sudden, I hear these voices around me, and I'm in the stall, and I was like,
Senator Craig.
No, they were all female voices.
Oh, Bill.
And I went, holy smokes.
Oh, Bill.
I had to go so bad. I must not have noticed. I was clearly in the female restroom. Again, we don't kink shame.
Thank you. Good for you.
Did you wait until all the voices were gone?
But it's an airport restroom, so it's rather busy. So I finally just said, and I was at a gate where everybody was on the plane to Madison. And clearly they were like Badger fans coming back from the bowl game. And I thought, oh, my God, what do I do?
And they're going to know who you are, too.
So I put my head down and bolted past all the women who were at the mirror, like powdering and talking. And I could feel them kind of turn. And I just put my head down and I sprinted past the gate and went far away, cleaned up a little bit. And I just stayed away as long as I could. And hoped that they weren't back a week later watching a weekend's, hey, everybody, the Badgers had it. Like, there's the guy.
Sounds a little creepy to me. I don't know.
You left your scent in the ladies' room and then dashed away.
I had to go so bad I didn't notice. And then in that moment, you can't go anywhere. I'm like, how do I get out of this? Could have pulled a fire alarm, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Duff.
So, but here we are.
That's got to be like a low point in your life. That's a rough moment.
I mean, first you're panicked because you had to go to the bathroom. And then you're stuck. I mean, what do you do? And do I say, sorry, ladies? I just put my head down and shot out of there.
I think you delay until you hear as few voices as possible.
I did, but again, an airport restroom is hardly ever vacant, Doug.
Oh, gosh, that's rough. That's rough.
Well, I wasn't in the bottom of a porta potty. I mean, it just happened.
Bottom of a porta potty. Is Plowsy back in that producer body? This topic is paying homage to his legacy. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Doug's the guy who crop dust the entire plane. That's from the STL Silly Ninny. I flew back to Hooterville Regional yesterday with my wife and 2 daughters, 3.5 and 1. Went to get one of those larger carts for car seats, bags, etc., and the machine wasn't working. Asked the lady for help, and she couldn't have cared any less.
Yeah.
I tried to break the cart free from the rack. That's Alan. He's in Dadeville, and he had a tough time at Hooterville Regional. That's what they call it now?
Yeah, the cart racks don't work. I encountered that once. I didn't get yelled at for it. I got yelled at for trying to be picked up outside the airport by my driver.
What's the card, about $3-4 just to swipe?
$7.
Is it?
$7.
$7.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you might take it 100 feet, if that. Yeah. And
So
you
you
gotta
always go
return it.
looking for one to see if someone just used
Yeah,
it and
right.
didn't return it, and it's sitting out there. But
Boy, that's
no,
a shame.
they don't want you to move your luggage freely without hurting yourself.
Not a big fan of the design either. It's kind of like a triangle, and then the luggage is always falling off. Golf clubs flying everywhere. We'll take your airport. I guess
Chairman Kurt is on the
calls.
horn. I mean, he's dealing with a number of phone calls on the sky pegging problem at Hooterville. You can call in 314-974-0101 or text in 314-399-9646. Doug Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Band texting in. We're all thinking it, so I'm just going to say it. Tim looks handsome today. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Band, and that's a great text in the Air Comfort Service. Let's take a look at the Stiefel dossier. Jackson, why don't you tell the audience about the Stiefel dossier today?
John Kelly coming up at 8:15, talking Blues hockey. Andy Banker. Martin booked that yesterday. Andy Banker talking Missouri sports gambling at 9 o'clock. Talking Redbirds, talking the Nolan Arenado saga as it continues. College hoops
who's we
tonight.
talking out with? Andy Banker?
No, I mean, no guess. We'll be
John
talking
Kelly.
about with,
John Kelly will give us his thoughts.
with each other, just get to know each other a little better. Talking Redbirds, as we've done before. Email today, sponsored by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Joe Lenardi's bracketology will drop around 9:30. So lots to look forward to, I'd say.
I see Missouri's favored by 13.5, Jackson.
Yeah, that's the number as
I
it stands.
can't. Doug, I want to fire a bullet, but 13.5's a lot.
I wouldn't touch it.
Ah.
I don't think they're going to win, but as you said, 13.5.
Meaning South Carolina.
Who?
You said, I don't think they're going to win. You meant South Carolina.
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You just said, I
For
don't think.
heaven's sakes, you said it 5 seconds ago.
You said, I don't think they're going to win.
I can't believe what I'm watching right now.
But you meant, I don't think South Carolina is going to win.
Right.
Jackson, snort this rail of Adderall off the butterfly stamp
I think
trap.
everyone knew what I was saying.
Oh,
I got to be honest with you. I didn't, and I don't think Doug did. And then I think Martin was alarmed, and Chairman Kurt was really alarmed.
When you said it, I thought, oh my God, is he worried Mizzou would lose to South Carolina? That's why I asked.
Okay, regardless. I don't think Missouri will lose.
Okay.
And
But you're concerned about the size of the number against the
it's a big number.
Gamecocks.
It's a big
No.
number. I think they have obviously the talent to smoke them, but
I think it's going to be a skull pounding. But 13.5.
big number.
It's the perfect storm. South Carolina's coming off a win against Texas. Missouri's coming off a bad performance against Arkansas. And I was hoping I could get single digits on that one and then drive over to Illinois and place a wager in honor of Secretary of State Hoskins. But I guess I'm not going to get a chance to do that because that number at 13.5.
Yeah, Josh Gray's playing as it seems right now. He wasn't on the injury reports. That probably helped get that number all the way up to 13.5.
Holy crap, it really is Plowsy. Jackson's high as a kite this morning.
No.
That's from Jugs, and he's in the District of Columbia. Doug.
Incorrect.
you haven't taken any recreational drugs today, have you?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
No.
So
I didn't think so.
I don't know what you want from me.
Tim, I'm on Larry Craig's Wikipedia page.
Yeah, so am I, actually. What are the chances? Doug, you want it?
No.
I like the headlines. Early life and family. Political career. U.S. Senate. Committee assignments. Idaho Hall of Fame induction.
Well,
2007 arrest and consequences. And I didn't realize till now, it all ties together. He was arrested at the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport.
same spot.
There's something about those restrooms up there. He was arrested for lewd conduct in a men's restroom. That's why I avoided it.
While he was a senator?
I believe so. He was arrested of soliciting a male undercover police officer. What are the odds?
That's somebody's job is to just sit there in a bathroom.
That's Cruising, right, with Al Pacino?
Yeah.
The movie Cruising.
That's what he did? He would sit in a restroom?
Not per se, but
What
he
a
was
role
like
for Al Pacino, Doug, fresh off of Michael Corleone.
He's an undercover.
He's an undercover cop,
trying to solicit.
Yeah, he was wearing a lot of leather.
Hot. In the bathroom?
No. It was no. It wasn't. There was no
I'm not
bathroom.
familiar with this picture.
Cruising, William Friedkin. It's an
Who made The
interesting one.
Exorcist later?
Yes, earlier.
I feel worse for the undercover cop than I do for the senator.
He sensually kissed me on the earlobe, and his breath smelled like pastrami with a hint of dill.
Oh, was that from the court case?
Believe so.
Larry
Senator
Craig. I like how it says Idaho Hall of Fame induction, and I think it was prior to the lewd conduct.
Probably so. Yeah.
He was accused of soliciting a male undercover police officer for sexual activity. During the resulting interview with the arresting officer, Craig insisted upon his innocence, disputing the officer's version of the event by stating that he merely had a wide stance.
No, you got white base.
Good
He
white
had
base.
been picking up a piece of paper on the floor. Charged with interference.
Now, is it illegal just to hit on another person?
Flip that off.
That's a great question.
No, I don't think so. I think it's solicited.
It seems like it would be a thin case. I imagine he was up to no good.
He played-
But it does seem like it'd be a pretty easy case to argue. That what do you mean? He was just attracted to the guy and started talking to
Well,
him.
that
That's
cramped
illegal?
up, and it was wiggling a little bit.
Yeah.
He pled guilty to the misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct by mailing in a plea petition. Paid fines and fees totaling $570.
It's a hideous situation. It just seems like it's a pretty thin case to charge somebody in court with.
I told you, Doug, he had a good wide base. That's from Man Bay, 2004.
Probably short, choppy steps as well.
It really does all tie together. The Minneapolis airport and a wide base.
Today's Adderall snorting mirror is brought to you by our friends at Gallagher Brothers Construction. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo. Is that his business, and is he working in a live read? And if so, I got to
I
say,
don't know.
I tip my cap.
Yeah, he got it in.
That's a good way to. It's like the Great Ape Auto Detailing, and the people whose businesses are saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah, guerrilla marketing.
Guerrilla marketing. Yeah. Great Ape Auto Detailing. You can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 136 friends have gathered to talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You're also welcome to call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Mark M. is calling in to talk to Martin about sky pigging live from Hooter Regional Airport in St. Louis. Good morning, Mark M. You are on the morning after on 101 ESPN.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Oh, great to hear, Doug. Yes, they're slamming food in their mouth like it's the last meal they're ever going to have. Oh, them little pinchers going across them lips, taking that food. It's unbelievable. Starbucks, Shake Shack.
Shake Shack. They're having Shake Shack, Doug. I got it at 7:14. Clarkson Jewelers time check.
They replaced Burger King.
Is that right? That's what it is?
And then they got a little Chinese restaurant coming in here soon, too, Pee Wee.
Asian American, please.
Pay less.
Is that like we too low?
Holy. No, that was in the bathroom earlier today with the toe tappers.
Oh,
Well, that's a hotbed of
So are
activity
you
right there.
identifying the sky piggies as they board the plane with their baggie of food?
Oh, yes. And they're just sitting there just shoveling it in their heads right here.
Oh, so they're before they get into the sky, they're pigging out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's not sky pigging.
Yeah.
Well, there's there's some getting on the planes, too.
Are there
Gentlemen,
gate
I mean,
piggies?
it'd be dry
Oh,
pigging.
Well, yeah, that's just general gluttonous.
there's gate piggies here, too.
Oh, does it upset you?
No, just thought I'd tell you, gentlemen.
Okay. Well, thanks for having eyes on the ground.
Everybody polite to you out there. Doug's had experiences where they're mean to him at the airport.
The employees, not necessarily the passengers.
Well, that's not hard to understand. I mean,
Shout at Doug, I think.
they're terrible people here.
No, well, not all of
that's all
them.
I've
No,
read.
just a couple that I ran into. Not all of them.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Doug. All right, gentlemen, well, enjoy your day.
Well, all right, thank
that
you.
was Mark M. He was in the YouTube chat. He felt like there was a sky pigging situation out at Lambert Regional, but now it sounds like there's a lot more of it going on at the gate and not necessarily rewarding oneself when the plane reaches cruising altitude.
When you take it onto the plane, number one, I don't think it should be warm food because it's more likely to smell.
Agreed.
And number two, it shouldn't be crunchy food. You don't want to be crunching on Fritos or Doritos that are making loud noises that can be heard 2 or 3 aisles away.
I think the warm food or fragrant food, because cold food can also get a little fragrant.
What's a fragrant cold food, sir?
Salami.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really nice.
General, like cold cuts in general.
What about gabagool?
Gabagool, also very fragrant. Not a great sky pigging snack.
Yeah.
I would take a loud sun chip. Because again, there's a jet engine running. You know,
But you don't want to be here. You don't want to hear someone chomping on chips
I'd
around
rather
you.
that than smell their, breakfast taco, which has happened to me on the way to Jamaica. Father and daughter pulled out some disgusting egg taco dish out of a Ziploc bag.
How about seafood?
You should be sent to jail.
Really?
Sent to jail.
If you bring seafood, like halibut, if you bring...
So what did you do? I brought seafood on a plane?
Yeah, they do that.
Guy next to you, murder?
Yes, that is brutal. Like, that's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Mark M., go ahead and have a plan before you call instead of just repeatedly moaning. That's the JV call. Did you hear him moaning?
Well, maybe.
I got a touch of Rich in Maryland Heights in his voice. I
didn't hear
just
it.
a smidge. I heard it.
This guy literally sounds like he has half a cheeseburger in his mouth. He's sitting down and can barely keep his breath. That's from Mr. Licks. Boy, there's a lot of vivid description of a phone call.
I was kind of with Licks. I was thinking this guy sounds like he might have a sandwich in the other hand while calling us with the one hand.
Now, there was a day when you get a full meal on an airline flight.
Nice hot meal.
Remember that? I mean,
Never in my lifetime.
everybody would get a full meal.
And it was kind of a treat.
Never in my lifetime. That has never happened.
I bet that saved the airlines.
What about the old guy on the
Millions of
plane
dollars.
who's blasting Curb Your Enthusiasm but thinks it's on a headphone?
Yeah.
Guys, there's no rules at the airport. Eat whatever, drinks at 7 a.m., totally fine. That's from Linda Sniffer.
I have noticed that, where because they're on an airplane or because they're in the airport, rules of drinking seem to just go right out the window, like general convention. It's like, oh, yeah, it's 7 o'clock. I'll have a 24-ounce beer. And God bless them if it's Michelob Ultra. But in general, like a double shot of vodka on the plane at 8 a.m. because you're going on vacation. I don't know.
Well, the airport demographics in general kind of represents upper middle class America. That's basically who's flying commercial, upper middle class. And that's the best we got. We're still sky picking. And we're still having problems in the restroom. This is the upper middle class.
Yeah.
Make airports great again?
Somebody needs to.
You can share your stories, whether it be in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, or by calling in 314-974-0101. Stiefel, the sponsor of the dossier here on TMA. John Kelly, that's the 101 ESPN Blues interview in the 8 o'clock hour. That's at 8:15. Andy Banker. And Martin, you say he's been monitoring this sports gambling story in Missouri for a while. It's been his beat.
Yeah, he did a half-hour special on the amendment back in the fall.
God bless.
Leading up to the vote, and is pretty familiar. Yesterday I said, do you want to come on? And I said, is Hoskins, now Secretary of State, I said, can we decipher between he's fulfilling his legal duty or his civic duty and stopping this or slowing it down versus his personal interest? And he said, well, there is a whole backstory with the video. He said, I don't know how much you guys want to get into the weeds. And I said,
I love the weeds.
I said, Tim lives in the weeds when it comes to gambling. So prepare for some weed talk.
Yeah. Weed talk, 9 o'clock.
Plowsy, if you want to call in. We'll have gambling weeds. So, yeah, he's pretty versed on it. And the fact that it's getting a lot more play. We talked about it yesterday. Basically, the rollout of what the people want is to have sports gambling. But they're saying now that it's only required to be available by December 1st. The hope was the summer. The question now is with this slight delay that the Secretary of State announced, which I think he's pointing to legal maneuvering right? That it's not
Well, we had some people texting in yesterday that their theory is Hoskins is delaying it, which would allow him to try to get it put to the test in courts, that the margin of victory was so narrow that they should have a recount or a revote. So I will be intrigued to hear what Andy Banker, who has followed this story quite closely, has to say about that theory.
And remember, that group initially was asked, are you going to appeal or trying to, and they said no. Remember that?
Yes.
Right after the election or the vote. So anyway, we'll get in the weeds.
9 o'clock,
Around 9
Andy
o'clock.
Banker on the sports gambling conversation. I'm looking forward to that. There it all is for you here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Herman Kurt with you. The show is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Joshua. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett is operating the ones and twos and playing Joshua from his certified #1 album in 2011, Love Circus. And Chairman Kurt monitoring the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which you can call in and experience the glory of being on this show. 314-974-0101. The YouTube chat now sponsored by Michelob Ultra. YouTube.com/TMASTL. My 8th grade teacher was a Disney adult and cried when I accidentally spoiled the A-book series by saying the main character dies. I never read the books. It was just a complete guess. That's from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
Oh, there are some fumes out there, apparently. And there are Disney adults? Is that an adult that can't get over his Disney fascination?
Yeah. Adults who love going to Disney World.
And Jackson's really uncomfortable with those
This is by
people.
themselves,
Not
not with kids,
necessarily.
but by themselves?
I think kids can be involved, but you're also really into it. Love all the movies, love going to Disney World.
Got like a salt and pepper shaker with Goofy.
Yeah, you're very into it.
Okay.
And if that's what you do, hey, God bless.
Well, if you go with kids, you're just being a good parent, right? If you go just as an adult, then you're a Disney adult.
Yes, I guess that would be the change there. I think it's more the passion you have for it. But
You're uncomfortable with it.
not necessarily. I think I've talked about it before. I've done some self-reflection, and my passion for Missouri basketball or sports in general. Some could say that that's similar to someone's fascination with Disney.
So some people like
Some
things.
things. Don't like other
that.
things. So who am I to judge?
Look at that. Jackson, this will put you in a good mood, maybe? The Athletic, in lieu of Joe Ladorty, who will be releasing his bracketology here in a matter of moments, has just released their bracketology, and very consistent from last week. Missouri in the East region with Duke as the 1 seed, Missouri the 5 seed, with Michigan the 4 seed. Last week, I think Ladorty had Missouri the 4 seed and Michigan the 5 seed. He's flipped them here on the Athletic. And then that means Missouri, if they could get past McNeese State in Michigan, would have a rematch from 2001 where they lost to Mike Krzyzewski. This time they would get a chance to try to avenge that loss 24 years later in Newark in the Sweet 16 of this tournament.
You don't want to be a 5 seed. They're the ones who always get upset, right?
I
I think
12
now
always
it
beats the
doesn't matter.
5.
Like 14s are winning, 15s are winning. I don't know.
Illinois is an 8 seed taking on Baylor.
Illinois.
Top
Okay,
Mount Rushmore
sorry.
of Dillons.
Bob Dylan.
There you go.
Matt Dillon?
Matt
Nice,
Dillon will
really
certainly be
nice.
up there.
Dylan
Kevin
Holloway.
Dillon.
Then is Kevin Dillon in by default.
Yeah, Johnny Drama.
Dylan Holloway, friend of the show.
Yeah.
Your shirt off.
your
I
shirt
feel
off.
pretty good about that one.
That was
And
nice.
Illinois would have to play Woburn and set up a little matchup for Illinois fans against Bruce Pearl in the second round of the tournament.
Oh, God.
Remember, the committee doesn't do that. They don't have matchups predetermined. Bill Self will play Illinois in round 2. Not by design, just sort of shook out that way.
These are accidental things. Hey, Jackson, we have this from the Foul Territory, folks. You ever watch that podcast? Anybody? Nurse?
A little bit. I see him on Twitter. I see clips on Twitter.
That's right.
They've really done a good job. And that AJ Brzezinski.
Tip of the cap, former Cardinal for a brief time in 2014.
I don't know the years.
Kind of that John Lackey summer.
Yes.
And I remember interviewing him, and I was saying, you've had an interesting career, and you can have a little edge to you. And he said, are you trying to ask the question that I'm a jerk in the clubhouse? And I said, well, he goes, I understand. It's fine. And he gave a whole answer about how he is kind of a
That's the reputation.
rusty nail, but he kind of owned it, and he was kind of fun.
Yeah, he was talking about that trade to the Cardinals and how it extended his career on a podcast I was watching, probably his, a couple days ago. But he and Eric Kratz were talking about Nolan Arenado, and they've got a landing spot for him, and it's not the Astros. Doug, take a listen, if you would. This
All
is
right.
Foul Territory, former Cardinal A.J. Brzezinski.
Where does Arenado really, like, how badly does he want to win? Because he could open it up to all 30 teams. Who would he go and play for then? Who would be the team that would be number one contender for him?
It would be the Yankees. I would think right now with the way rosters are aligned, it'd be the Yankees, right? Are they going to, because they're going to have to play DJ at third base all the time, right?
Not all the time.
It's LeMahieu, it's Peraza, it's Oswaldo Cabrera. Okay.
Yep.
But
because Jazz is back at second full time, right?
Jazz is back at second, although they said be prepared for third as well, just in case anything changes. Yeah, I don't know how comfortable they feel about those three at third. Also, LeMahieu hasn't been able to stay on the field, so maybe they try things out, see if he stays on the field. If not, they pick up the phone and call St. Louis. I do think Arenado would waive the no-trade clause to go to the Yankees. If he doesn't there, I don't think he's getting traded at all. Right? Like, what else do you want?
Fair
so the
point.
Jazz Chisholm experiment's already, or didn't John Heyman just do an opus on that the other day?
That they like him.
Yeah.
I like that term opus for the record.
Thought that just happened.
Yeah.
Now Jazz is out. If I'm Arenado, that'd be a great spot. The Yankees, chance to win. Your buddy Goldschmidt's there. And if I'm the Yankees, I think I'm interested.
But they say they're out of money.
They're out of money, Doug. The New York Yankees are out of money.
Maybe that's just their way of saying to the Cardinals, we're not paying as much as you want us to pay.
Crying poor.
Yeah, we'll pay a little,
Game
but
of chicken.
Not what you're saying you want us to pay. It could be that.
The Yankees are muttering, Cardinals are out of money. The Cardinals are, the Yankees are out of money. They're sitting at the same table.
Right.
You stole my line.
Well, and no one can really be out of money in baseball. It's just how much you're willing to spend, right?
I think you could be out of money. If you're not bringing in any fans in Pittsburgh or Oakland and you still got a payroll of $60, $80 million, yeah, you could be out of money.
The Padres were actually the ones who were out of money in the 2023 final month of the season to the point that they had to take on a loan. And I gather what was taking place there is the owner knew he had a terminal illness and he wanted to go for it. And he did. I mean, they went extreme with the payroll, and it was great from a Padres fan perspective, but they weren't able to get across the finish line, and they did not have the revenue to offset those expenses. Houston Chronicle with a story this morning regarding the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. And they say they just do not see this happening between the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. Bob Nightingale was on a Houston station last night and said there is nothing to the Cardinals and Astros and any traction with Arenado.
Right.
Feels that ship has sailed.
It does seem like the Yankees would be the most logical landing spot.
That's where my action is.
They got a lot of money invested in their payroll now, so they want to win it now. They got a weakness at third base. They've got a Hall of Famer who's available. I think it's just a matter of how much money they're willing to take on.
Aaron Boone, an old third baseman's like, come on, get me this guy. I can see the Yankees clubhouse wanting it, but you got to get the front. They're out of money. Even though Juan Soto was offered nearly $1 billion. Granted, they did go out and got Bellinger. They added Devin Williams. They went out and spent money after that. But if you had $1 billion to spend that you didn't have to, close to it, you might have something left over. Maybe.
You would think. They're still paying Stanton the King's ransom, and he barely plays.
Yeah.
$32 million, I think I read that they pay him.
I'll tell you what, too, for Arenado's sort of DNA, it's the perfect place. You don't have to be the guy if you go to New York. Aaron Judge is the guy. You can kind of just blend in and be a really good player, which I think is his perfect model. Like, blend in.
He's on the Hayward plan.
Yeah, just kind of blend in, be a really good player, but you just don't want to be the guy.
They would have a heck of a lineup, though a little long in the tooth, with Goldschmidt, Judge, Stanton when he can play, Bellinger, Arenado. That'd be a heck of a lineup. It would be a great lineup about 5 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. For 5 years ago, it's really glorious. James Carlton's a loyal sponsor at TMA, longtime sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and he's been with us here on TMA for a number of years as well. 415 five-star reviews for James Carlton and his team at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. I am a client, and I recommend you become a client as well. If you aren't sold on what I have to say, fine. Here you go. Here is a review. One of the 415 five-star reviews. My husband and I have been clients with the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency for over 10 years. We've had only professional and positive experiences with James and the fine team at his office. We recently had to file a claim, and Stephanie at the office was the person we communicated with regarding specific information about our claim. Her customer service is remarkable. She thoroughly explained the process we had to go through step by step. Although I had several questions asked, Stephanie patiently answered and addressed every one of my questions and concerns, and that is something I definitely appreciate. You can get that kind of service by making the switch. CarltonInsurance.net or 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family-owned, locally operated now for 30 years. That's right. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just what they have in surplus that corporate is pushing. There is a reason he has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Seattle Kraken right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I got you, St. Louis.
Martin, Doug put in a request.
Red October.
Jackson delivered. What else could you ask for?
Tis the season. Hi. I come from a city where we celebrate October. Everyone you see is dressed in red like it's Rover. The luck is in our favor like a 3-1 4-leaf clover. Anything can happen where it's never truly over. Done it all before, we could do it all again. Yeah, we rallied with a squirrel and we made it to a trend. Had our backs against the wall, so we made that wall our friend. That's tradition in my city and it's never gonna end. If you looking for some heart, let me show you where it's at. Right there underneath that jersey, 2 birds on the back. Greatest fans in baseball, we already on that stat. Every day's a holiday. Shouts out to Matt. That's October in St. Louis and you wouldn't understand. Unless you're from the city, that made me to a man. 11 rings and counting, I'ma need another hand. But a dozen sounds better, so let's get this one for Stan. Rest in peace, Stan.
Rest in peace, Stan. I can't even finish the name. Stan with an N.
Maybe it didn't rhyme. What rhymes with
Rest in peace, Stan. Why do you have to talk like a tough guy?
Hey, they had their backs against the wall, so then they made the wall their friend.
Really good one.
Yes.
Had a rally squirrel and turned it into a trend.
Think
about it. Think about it. What's the name of the artist, please?
Ooh, I don't know.
Unknown.
I don't believe that was Treader. If you know the artist, please text it in to the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in to the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:50. Buck Swope and the JV golf coach both tied with 4 wins apiece in the month of February. The YouTube chat has 2 wins. Misty Plops, Walter Grundlehort, Calcified Ear, my cousin Vinny, and Mr. Licks, all with 1 win apiece. Everybody's alive still with 4 more email of the day competitions brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling here in the month of February. And this is fun. This is a fun competition. This is a great leaderboard here as we head down the stretch. Thanks to Seth Goldcamp for sponsoring. He's online at designairservice.com. The longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, how about this weather? It's going to be sunny and a high of 62 today.
We'll take it. Very nice.
Telling you,
suddenly it's May.
Telling you, on Friday, sunny, high of 65. I mean, here we go. Sunday charge. If you run into any issues with your HVAC system, go to designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp's 4th generation, longest running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and we're very happy clients. You can become a client as well by going to designairservice.com with Seth Goldcamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. Jackson, what do we have here with Matthew Tkachuk? Talking 4 Nations, making a Jimmy Fallon appearance?
Yeah.
Is that what we got going on? What's the background here?
Matthew Tkachuk on Jimmy Fallon, man. That's
Man.
Oh, come on.
Rest in peace.
Really put an exclamation point on it.
Jackson doesn't know much. Like, what else you want?
Well,
it speaks for itself, right?
Well, let's think about it. Okay. Jimmy Fallon, Tonight Show, big deal.
Yeah.
It would be pretty unbelievable for any hockey player to kind of be on there in a certain situation. And Matthew Tkachuk, St. Louis guy, talking about his brother and Big Walt and how cool the 4 Nations was. That's big. That's Jason Tatum and Matthew Tkachuk on Fallon.
And it was all about that. It's all about that fight at the beginning of the game. If
I
not
think
for
that
that,
set the tone.
Yeah. If not for that, he doesn't get that.
All right. Here's Matthew Tkachuk.
You got to play with your brother.
Yeah, it's been...
Did you ever play together?
Never. That was our first time. We played an all-star game together, but that's fake. So it was our first ever opportunity, and we grew up like always competing against each other and dreaming about eventually one day he plays in Ottawa, I'm in Florida, so we knew it'd be tough for the regular season, but we always had the dreams of playing with each other, and it finally came true.
When you won the Stanley Cup, there was a shot of your dad. I just want to show everyone. Here's a picture of your dad at Game 7. He got emotional there.
Yeah.
Proud dad.
I think that's the only time I've ever seen him cry.
Yeah. And now I'm showing it on national television again.
And then my brother was crying there too, which I haven't seen him cry since playing mini sticks in the basement and throwing them through the walls.
Yeah. There must have been a lot of holes in the wall when growing up.
There were a lot. That was Mom was not too happy with that stuff.
No.
Then we had to bring it outside and play roller hockey. But
your dad is a legend.
And he played 19 years and was one of the best players of all time and one of the best Americans of all time. And he unfortunately never got the chance to win the cup. And I don't think he would change a thing to see one of his boys lift that trophy. And one of the coolest moments I had was after that on the ice, having my whole family out there with me. And I don't know, I had the cup in my hands for some reason. This was after all the celebrating, and I got to hand it to him, and it was one of the most special moments in my life.
Ready? Come on, Matt, sit back.
That was pretty cool.
Very nice.
Big Walt getting some air. He's like, Jesus, don't talk about me crying already. Jesus.
When he talks about how much he wants to play with Brady, it makes me wonder if Brady's going to try to make his way down to Florida, too, when he becomes a free agent.
I heard maybe Strickland talking about that on Cam and Strick, talking about...
You were listening to the Cam and Strick podcast? Look at you.
No, it popped up on... well, no offense.
Don't diss it. Was that a diss?
No. I'm the one who's saying
nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but then you went, no.
Well, listen
like
to
you were
it
accused of toe tapping. You just said, you were listening to Cam and Strick. No.
Well, not listening to it in its entirety, but I saw a clip pop up of him talking about how, Brady going down to Florida could be a very real thing.
Wow. Is that right? Really?
And if I'm misquoting or miscontextualizing, I apologize.
Miscontextualizing. Martin has a problem with that, I think.
I think Jackson's a little rattled about his daily queries that he puts together. I think now he's a little bit on the defensive, and as evidence.
Oh yeah,
segment 2.
Why would they ever need to be defensive on this program?
I'm concerned for you because segment 2, right underneath the Matthew Tkachuk audio, it says conspiracy corner. I like that.
Yeah.
And then in parentheses it says, if this is dumb or obvious, please ignore.
You're correct.
So dumb or obvious.
And so far it's been ignored, so therefore I thought it was dumb and obvious.
I like the fact that you now have a qualifier.
There's a defense mechanism now in the Stiefel dossier.
Yeah.
If this is dumb or obvious, please ignore. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Are the Yankees' reports of not having any more money or being content with their situation at third a play to get the Cardinals to eat most of Arenado's contract? If so, do you think the Cardinals would eventually fold to this by the end of spring training? It's a little game of poker between the two sides.
For the record, I don't think that's a bad question.
Okay. No. Conspiracy might be too strong a word. It's just kind of a negotiation tactic.
I think it's analyzing the landscape, and I think that I think you're right. I think for the Cardinals, if you have a surplus of position players outperform expectations between now and the time that they would break camp, then I would imagine that expedites their interest in trying to unload Arenado. So a guy that Doug Martin has been a big fan of for, I feel like, a couple of years is Lucan Baker. Mm-hmm. And he hits a 3-run home run yesterday. Mm-hmm. Lucan Baker probably was thinking at the end of September, when it became clear Paul Goldschmidt wasn't going to be playing in St. Louis in 2025, had to be thrilled. And then he found out that Wilson Contreras was not going to waive his no-trade clause. And then the Cardinals, per Derek Gould, in his chat yesterday, I was reading this, gave Contreras, said, okay, well, if you're going to stick around here, you got to either play the outfield or first base. And he goes, okay, I'll play first base. Mm-hmm. And so Lucan Baker then is back behind another veteran with a big contract. But if you have a guy like Baker and then take your pick of whatever other young position players outperform expectations, I would imagine that would give the Cardinals more reason to give in if the Yankees are trying to wait the Cardinals out on this deal.
And it's all related because if Gorman's playing third regularly, he less likely doesn't have to DH ever, because with Donovan, Gorman, well, one of them, you can always have Gorman DH. Remember, Herrera's going to DH. Burleson's going to DH. We've got 8 DHs. So, yeah, any less position player, especially starting, helps Lucan Baker, who is 27 now. And he's a big old mountain of a man. Friend of the show? Friend of the show.
And he's torn it up in AAA 2 years in a row. Huge numbers.
Memphis all-time home run leader, which he's like, oh, whatever. Like, normally you have that distinction. Anywhere else, you'd be like, God, I'm the all-time home run leader. but it's AAA. And he's like, yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, he's one step away from getting ridiculously rich, and then he toils down there in the minor leagues, and his parents are probably sending him money so he can keep playing. It's a huge difference. I guess if you're the Cardinals and you spent the entire offseason trying to trade Arenado and you couldn't find a deal that you liked, at this point, you may as well hang on to him for a while, hope he gets off to a good start and his value goes up a little bit. And if the Cardinals are struggling, then maybe you make a deal inside the season. Somebody's going to get hurt somewhere on a contender is going to need a third baseman at some point.
Yeah. Now, the flip side of that is if the trends continue and he continues to have a downturn, his value at the deadline will be almost nothing. Like, you're going to have to eat every cent of that contract.
Could be. But
you're kind of playing with fire there, possibly.
But you don't have any kind of deal right now.
Sure. That we know of.
You know.
Calls to Houston notwithstanding.
I'd say Conspiracy Corner worked.
I mean, I've been big forever.
Luke and Baker.
Luke and Baker on TMA spring training coverage when the YouTube chat was talking about how much they liked his big legs.
Yeah.
I believe that's what was going on.
Big forever.
Yeah, he did talk about how he's like, I just always have had big legs. And there was a parent.
And we described him as a pleasant gentleman.
That's what Claves called him.
That's right.
And he was. He was very pleasant. Friend of the show.
I think Claves was trying to politely say there's not really a spot for him. But hey, he's a pleasant gentleman.
It's hard to think there's going to be a spot if Arenado hangs around.
All right.
Because you got like 4 or 5 outfielders, and one of those, Burleson's likely to be a DH some of the time.
Yeah.
Herrera probably might be a DH when he's not catching because he's a good hitter too.
So we get 2 DHs. Ooh. I think Manford would be up for whatever.
Sure. Double
New
DH.
rule. Have as many DHs as you want. Like a middle school lineup, you just have
14
12 hitters. And if you're batting second, you're all excited. Then you realize it's not coming back around for another 3 innings.
Jackson Harrison's brother, Master, not supportive, unfortunately. He says, I don't think Conspiracy Corner worked, Martin. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, who's usually supportive.
I disagree. It was a jumping off point, which is what Jackson does. I do think, for the audience, for all of St. Louis, the Arenado fatigue might be at about a 9.
Ooh.
Just the topic.
Yeah.
I think for the audience in general, everybody around town, like, all right, well, what's he do? Is he going? He's staying? Okay.
I think people kind of accepted that he's probably going to be on the opening day roster, even if that may or may not be true.
And I think they largely support him because he wants to go play for a winner, and they're like, yeah, we'd like a winner. I think we get a nice ovation.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
You think he's going to get an ovation on
Doug, is it time to go to a news break? All right, thank you, Doug. It'll be interesting to see how it all means. They didn't really listen to a word you said for your 2.5-minute sportscast.
That's right.
And when we come back, a panda bear got loose today and ate an ice cream cone. That's after the break.
Feels like it gave away too much of the story there.
Yeah.
It didn't really tease well.
That was a bad tease.
You got to go tease camp.
Okay, take that story.
A panda got loose.
Are your kids safe?
You won't believe what happened next.
Yeah. A cold surprise.
Trade somebody. Why is Arenado the only one allowed to be traded? That's from the 314. Well, Derek Gould had a story about Eric Fetty possibly being traded. Doug, it's his birthday. Maybe they give him a trade for his birthday.
Well, they could.
Would free up some opportunities for friend of the show, Mike McGreevy, friend of the show, Gordon Graceffo.
Yeah, Palante. I guess Palante's already penciled in.
Yeah, I would say.
Fetty have a quote the other day. He said, I like the fact that people consider my contract like a bargain. He's making like $7 million. And he goes, I get a kick out of the fact people think I'm cheap. Like a cheap player.
But that I think a trade for Fetty I would be on board with that. If you can get some more opportunity for these younger pitchers. You got to get 1 or 2 of these young pitchers going. You have to. You got to keep paying guys like Fetty or...
Friend of the show, Quinn Matthews, on the mound today.
Pearl Necklace, I think he'll be on.
Probably. Is that allowed? Basically, you got to take that off.
Sure.
Chairman, what's going on in the YouTube chat, which, of course, is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. I see that you just posted something. What's going on?
Had a guy call in.
What did he say?
He said, I just called in to tell you your show sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
High school hijinks. And then...
You want to rename it, Doug?
Then he hung up real quickly. I didn't get a chance for any follow-up questions. So I just put the bat signal out. If he happens to be in the YouTube, I'd like him to call back in. I wanted him to expound on that a little bit.
Put him on.
I tried. He hit and run.
High school hijinks presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
There's sort of like towel snappings going on in here, but it's implied.
Wouldn't mind
it's
that.
not actually happening.
You can email email in to High School Hijinks the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And you can call in and you can berate Chairman Kurt. He will take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Your Stiefel dossier goes as follows. At 8 o'clock, Ed Herman, who always likes to come in and debate. I wonder what we haven't seen Ed in a few weeks.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say after we've been down in Jupiter for spring training. He's a big Yankees guy. I wonder if he would like to see Arenado over there. Then John Kelly with us for the 101 ESPN St. Louis Blues scheduled interview at 8:15. And then the Andy Banker conversation regarding Secretary of State Hoskins delaying the Missouri Gaming Commission and making sports gambling readily available in Missouri with the announcement yesterday. Andy Banker has been monitoring that story for the 2 Fox for what it sounds like a couple of years, Martin. I can't wait to talk this over with him at 9 o'clock.
He said, you want to get into the weeds? I said, I like the weeds.
Yes. So that's what we have coming up for you here on the program. It's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And look, somebody from Brown and Croupen's right here. Doug, it's Ed Herman.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Ed.
Oh, my God. I know. It probably looks like I'm sitting. But I'm this is me standing. I'm the exact same height, whether I'm on a bar stool or standing next to a bar stool.
How tall
I am
a
a
gentleman
bar
are
stool,
you?
5'7". But bar stool height, because I'm the size of my torso. If I'm on a bar stool or standing right next to it, you wouldn't know the difference.
Always 5'7".
Identical. 5'7".
right?
That's convenient.
Can we get a bar stool, Jackson, just to test it out?
That's it. Well, yours is adjustable. Otherwise, I'd sit on that. But that's pretty darn close right there.
You were a documented New York Yankees fan, and we were playing a clip from foul territory with former Cardinal catcher A.J. Prusinski, and they think the logical spot for Nolan Arenado to wind up is the New York Yankees. Would you enjoy having him joining your team?
I would very much. And, there had been talk earlier in the season that the Yankees had offered Marcus Stroman, the pitcher, in exchange, and there was probably some money involved, too. And that, at the time, I guess the talk was that the Yankees were not on his approved list, but now it appears that the Yankees are on his approved list, but that deal still hasn't happened. So I don't know why. It seems like that deal would serve both sides pretty well. I mean, the Cardinals could certainly use a decent number 3 pitcher. I think Stroman can still do that, and they could always spin him off at the deadline. There's always a need for a veteran pitcher like that. That would relieve the Cardinals of the salary problem. Yankees have too many starting pitchers right now, although one could argue you can never have too many starting pitchers. But they need a third baseman. It just seems like it would be an ideal fit.
What do you make of the Yankees saying they're out of money?
Well,
as a Yankee fan, you have to be laughing.
Well, I mean, listen, I think all they mean by that is that they've already committed as much money as they're comfortable committing. And that also may be a negotiation tactic. It may just be a matter of trying to get the Cardinals to pick up more of the salary. You can't blame them for that. I mean, listen, no Yankee fan is going to complain that the team is not willing to spend money. The team always spends money. They don't spend as much as the Dodgers. They haven't gotten creative with all of these deferred money deals. But no Yankee fan is going to complain that they don't spend money.
What would be realistic for them to pick up? I know you don't have an entire
I don't know. I mean, certainly they could be paying him 10 a year, 10 to 12 a year. I think that's probably where his worth realistically is right now. I think if Arenado were a free agent, I guess the question is, if he were a free agent today, what would he fetch on a 3-year deal? He probably would get 3 years at $30 to $36 million. I think that's fair. So that's what I think they should be willing to pay. And the Cardinals should pick up the rest or offset it with the Stroman contract, which is a little thick also. I mean, he's not quite worth the 17 or 18 million that he's getting for this year and next year. He's probably worth more like in the 11 to $12 million range.
And now Arenado doesn't have to shave his beard. That could be another ploy here.
I wonder if that played a role. I mean, that was, look, I know it seems maybe trivial, but like in Yankee world, the change in the hair policy this is huge. For me, I was born in 71, and my earliest memories were this issue being a thing in the 1970s with Goose Gossage and his huge Fu Manchu-style mustache, and Thurman Munson as the captain, always letting that stubble grow. I mean, we've all seen his baseball cards. He's all grizzled. And Reggie Jackson went through the same thing, too. So a lot of these guys, Catfish Hunter, when he was with the Yankees, there was just a lot of issues. And then the Mattingly mustache kind of set the rule as you could have a mustache, but you'd have to keep the rest smooth. And I love seeing all those pictures over there. Like when Harrison Bader, remember when he went from the Cardinals to the Yankees? And he went from looking like this, like, grizzled Thor-looking guy, and then all of a sudden he just looked like a little schoolboy. He looked like you, but when you're clean-shaven.
He looked like Jackson.
Yeah. Jackson, that's you, Jackie Papers.
So, yeah, I do think it's going to make a difference. Let's say this. Now, for me, I'm a huge Yankee fan. If they wanted to sign me, I'd shave. But let's say I wasn't a big fan of theirs. I'm not giving up this beard. You know, this beard is my brand. So now
would you give it up to be in the Yankee front office?
I would. Yeah, I would.
You would.
Yeah. That's the only, I always say that, like, that's the only thing I'd kind of give up my current stuff for. If I had a really good job at the New York Yankees, I think I would have to take it.
Yeah, I bet.
You know, it would be too much fun. I mean, come on. At this point in life.
Have you ever looked into it?
No.
Why not? If that's your dream,
yeah,
you might know somebody there.
Pursue your dreams, Ed.
You know, it's not like it's my only dream. You know, I mean, don't you have more than one dream? I got a lot of dreams. You can't pursue all of them. I pursued some of them. I got some of them.
Being
and some
here
of them,
today.
Yes, exactly. I mean, look at me right now at this moment.
Yeah, living large.
I'm on ESPN radio, my friend. You know, in one of the great, in one of the great sports cities in the country, in the world. And talking with you guys. I mean, that's a dream.
Yeah.
Well, I'm feeling better about myself now. Thanks.
You should.
Ed.
You know, I always say to you, Doug, that you take your life for granted. You've got a good deal going here.
How about that? Look at
You
this,
do.
Doug.
Yeah.
There are people that are out there, honestly, this is their dream. You're living somebody else's dream. I just don't know how long, you know, whether you guys ever take a moment to just sort of soak that in.
Yeah, Doug, take a moment.
This is a moment of affirmation.
Are
here.
you soaking it in?
I'm soaking it in.
You look like you're soaking it in. You look
just a
happy.
little glazed over.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm soaking it in.
Tim, soaking it in?
I am. It's a moment of affirmation.
Jackson, are you
reads the
soaking
text
it
in
in?
the YouTube comments, and he does not feel like he's soaking it in.
He said he's soaked right
There
now.
you go. He's reading comments on YouTube. Somebody feels like it's not being soaked in.
It's like anything else, though. When you do something for a long time, you just feel like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be. You kind of take it for granted. And
Yeah, of course. And, you know, ask yourselves out there, folks. You didn't know you were going to get a little chicken soup for the soul. Wow. But just remember, like, there are aspects in your life, maybe not all of them, maybe just some of them, where you are living somebody else's dream. You know, maybe it's you have kids somebody else isn't able to, or they haven't met a person that wants to have kids with them. It's like you have kids. You're living somebody's dream. You know, that you could find great appreciation and gratitude in your own life just by recognizing that fact.
And
quite
oftentimes-
frankly, if you wake up pain-free,
Yeah.
you are living the dream of millions of people.
yeah, we tend to think about the dream we don't have of our own instead of what we do have.
Man, how much nicer would you feel if you just spent your time enjoying what you actually have? That's what the Chinese say, right? It is better to want what you have than have what you want.
And then we slap a tariff on that saying.
That's right. Yeah, that's
25%.
Just me mentioning that saying just cost an extra few bucks.
Are most lawyers this optimistic? I feel like I'm going to call Ed like, oh, you won't believe I got hit by a car and I need your house. Could have been hit by a semi.
You know,
like, oh wow, okay,
listen,
thanks. I feel better.
We all get to kind of pick our attitude, right? I mean, it's one thing we can say that we don't, but you get to control your attitude. You get to decide how you're going to approach things. Nobody gets to do that for you. And nobody can take that away from you. So if you can do anything in your life, get a handle on that, and you'll notice how everything else just sort of gets better. Oh, my God. Who thought it was good? They thought they were going to talk to me about Nolan Arenado.
I'm sorry, we've been complaining at times.
Soothing souls.
Scuba Steve just texted in, Ed, and said, Ed, you're making me cry. That's from Scuba Steve.
You know,
Air Comfort Service. You're really resonating with the audience. And, of course, this dais here on 101 ESPN.
Well, I hope that people are. We're living in complicated times, and there are a million reasons every day to be aggravated. But I promise you, there are just as many reasons to smile and feel good about what's going on in your life.
Have you always been this way, or have you had some sort of epiphany of sorts?
No, I was not this way. No, nobody, I mean, it would have been a blessing to just have been born in a state of gratitude. No, I think that you have to go through certain things in life before certain truths reveal themselves to you. And then, and sometimes they have to reveal themselves to you. You can't just hear about it and make it so. But on the chance that you can just hear about it and make it so, I share it with people.
How about this? This is lovely sentiment. Ed Herman is right. I wish I was a 26-year-old blonde virgin who loves the irrelevant regular season of college basketball and hates hockey in a hockey town.
There's the dreamer.
That's very specific.
Jackson just threw up deuces.
That's a very specific dream, and I wish that for you.
Soaked again?
I wish that for you.
But you can complain yourself right into being miserable.
Of course
you can talk yourself into being unhappy, even when you shouldn't be.
And don't you? And we all know people that are like that. And sometimes they do it so much, they're so good at it, you almost feel like they must like that. That must just be their preferred state. You know, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know who would prefer to be miserable. But
my favorite text that'll come in will say, "This show sucks," whatever, and then I'll scroll back. 2 weeks ago, this show sucks. 3 weeks ago, you guys all suck. 4 weeks ago, this is the worst. I'll never listen again. 6 weeks ago, this show sucks.
You know, I think one thing I've learned, I've been going on Twitter a lot lately, which is a real mistake.
Wow, for somebody who preaches happiness,
yes.
that's a real test.
But I'm going on there. Well, you have to test your resolve by exposing yourself to you can't bury your head in the sand to the things that might frustrate you. You have to be able to confront the things that might frustrate you and know how to process them so that they don't. And I go on there a lot, and I think I've just concluded that, you know, people are lonely and they don't feel heard, and maybe they don't even feel like they have a right to a voice. But on there, maybe it's the anonymity. Who knows? But it's an outlet. You know, people are just able to just voice frustration. It saddens me that they're as cruel as they are. I can't believe the cruelty that I see on there. I don't know what empowers people to be that cruel when they don't have to be. They're choosing to be. They're deliberately hurting people's feelings by trolling. I don't know what's wrong with these people. I feel like maybe they weren't raised right, or they've been hurt really bad, and they need to purge that somehow by passing off their hurt on somebody else like a hot potato. But I try to stay away from the hot potato, and I try not to be mean or reactive on there. It's a discipline. I just don't understand. Do you guys know people that actually do that regularly?
I don't think anybody who actually does it would acknowledge it, you know.
What do you think causes that? What do you think? How do they give themselves permission?
To like psychoanalyze that behavior, I'd be curious. I recall, I can tell you this, man, I feel like it was about a decade ago. I started a site called InsideSTL.com in 2005, and we had a message board. And it was a septic tank because it had anonymity. Anytime you have anonymity, that's essentially the key element for that kind of behavior. So this predates Twitter, and a person reached out to me like overnight. So I gather had some semblance of an epiphany that you speak to, Ed, and said, "I just realized the way I've been acting." And it hasn't all been directed at you, but you've been one of the targets. And I just want to apologize. I feel like I need to sit down with somebody because I just read through some of the things I've written over the years, and it kind of concerns me. Yeah. So you almost have to separate yourself from the echo chamber. But when everybody else is acting like it, it doesn't necessarily stand out. And if there are no repercussions for it, it can become an outlet for some kind of other issue.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, is it kind of like dodgeball? You know, you wouldn't behave like that in regular life, but then you get onto the dodgeball thing, and you'll peg a person in the head with a ball, and you just say, "Well, that's what we do here. This is
laugh
dodgeball."
about it. Yeah.
Is that what Twitter is? Is it just verbal
Dodgeball.
dodgeball?
Verbal dodgeball.
Where we've just decided in this arena, if you enter it, we have every right to throw a ball at your head. And,
probably.
I mean, that kind of is what it feels like, because I would be shocked if these people were like that in their daily life. I don't think they'd have any friends. I don't think they'd be able to keep a job.
Well, and John Mozeliak and Ali Marmol have both said on this show, and I know I've talked to them about it, when they're out in public, people are like, "Hey, Mo, how you doing?" Like, "Hey,
nice as can be, right?"
And then you go online and they just get eviscerated. But in person, man, it's almost like it's cowardly that people are friendly and nice to them, which I guess balances it out and say, "Don't go on there. Don't."
Well, that's
look
the
at
thing
that
is
stuff."
maybe it's when you're, well, first of all, it's very hard to look a person in the eye and be a jackass. It's hard. People do it. You can see plenty of videos of that too. I just wonder, has the rage been this uncontrolled like forever, or have we hit a point where people just seem to have a rage that they can't seem to keep under control anymore?
I think we just have an outlet for it now.
What was it? What were we doing before? I guess people were just hitting their kids, their wives. What were they doing? I mean, it's probably better now that they're not
road rage.
That. I don't know.
Before there was Twitter rage, we had road rage.
Well, there's still that.
Was there road rage like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? I'm asking that sincerely. Was there? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
There was? Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. People,
I don't know.
People have
I
been
feel like the
jackasses for a
internet
long time.
was, a major step, and then social media was the gasoline on the fire.
But did it create the rage, or did it just give you an outlet for it? Is it a healthy thing that we have an outlet for
I think
it,
if
or is
you
it
are
just bringing out the
consuming
worst in us?
negativity, which is bred by lonely people and or people experiencing some kind of personal or financial issues, then that becomes the echo chamber. And if you're consuming negativity, then it puts you in a mindset of negativity.
Yeah.
So I think that then gives the outlet. And if you are experiencing some kind of fulfilling life, whether it be career-wise, family-wise, whatever it is, you're not going to sit down and post anonymously on a message board or on social media and attack people. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So that's the root of it.
I don't know. My gut tells me it's not a healthy thing, to have that much rage just circulating around. I mean, I don't think it's any coincidence that the world has become seemingly way more divisive in the last 20 years. in this age of people just spouting out opinions.
Now you kind of know what people are thinking.
Right.
They didn't used to say it out loud.
But you
and
grew
now
up
they
in New
do.
York. Weren't they always like screaming at each other on the sidewalks?
Yeah, just, I'm walking here, I mean, that kind of stuff. People
wasn't
got
as-
into silly disputes like, I was waiting for that spot and you stole it. I mean, those are silly things, but nobody in New York was sitting there arguing about politics or, I mean, it never felt like that. Or at least maybe I was young and I just didn't hear that stuff.
Was that a misnomer then that people in New York were just rude to everybody?
It's a total misnomer. I've never found the people there to be rude. I love New York City. I find New York City to be utopia. To me, it's the great proven experiment of whether a melting pot can actually work, because in New York, everybody lives together just fine and nobody cares. People mind their own business. Nobody cares what anybody else is doing. Doesn't matter what country you're from. Nobody in New York cares what language you speak. You go on the subway, you'll hear 20 different languages on one ride from uptown to downtown, and it's just all fine. You'd never hear somebody in New York saying, "This America, we need to speak in English." You don't get that in New York, because in New York, they didn't need specific DE&I programs in New York to create a sense of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It just happened organically, just like it was supposed to. The bottom of the Statue of Liberty. We follow those words. Everybody lives there, and they live amongst each other, and everybody's fine. We eat each other's food. You go out for any kind of food you want. Absorb all of those cultures. There's something there for everybody, and it's a proven model that we could all live together just fine. They laugh in New York at really the rest of the country with all the phobias that exist about different religions, languages, nationalities, colors, genders. In New York, they just laugh at that because you get all of it and nobody cares. Nobody gets on anybody for it. Everybody just lives their life and they're happy.
John Rocker wasn't a fan, but that's a whole other story.
He's not from there.
I know. I'm kidding.
That's the problem is you get somebody who really isn't accustomed to seeing that level of comfort, and then they find themselves not comfortable in it because it's just not what they were raised in. It's not what they're used to.
You've obviously never been to New York. That's from the 314. Ed, would you like to?
Well, yeah, no, I lived there. I was born there. I was raised there.
Doesn't matter. You don't know anything about New York, according to.
Yeah, I beg to differ. But listen, I get it, and I'm not saying anybody else is wrong for their opinions. Or opinions are just that. But that's proof positive. I've been there. I've lived it. I've seen it. It works.
I think this is a good observation from with a different mindset on it. This is coming from the texter known as Big Worm, who's a longtime TMA texter. Social media has caused an insane amount of envy and jealousy based on posts. Every post seems to be, quote, "Oh, look at how great my life is," end quote. And I think people get really tired and frustrated by that. That's from Big Worm.
I think that's true. I think
that's a different angle on it.
Well, I think that there are two kinds of people on the internet that you got, so the trolls that are nasty to everybody, and you like to think that they're not like that, in real life. But you got to realize too, on social media, people are curating. They're being very deliberate about what they're choosing to let you see about their world, and they, if people are there putting up bad stuff, it's probably to get attention, and if they're putting up good stuff, it's painting a picture. I don't post that stuff on there because I don't want. My mother raised me to be always mindful of the evil eye. And she would always say, never let people know if you have anything good because people will give you the evil eye. They'll wish you poorly. And that's just that envy you're talking about there, Tim, or the writer was talking about.
Yes, Big Worm,
so
the texter.
I more to, whatever's going on in your life. I don't know. I favor when people are a little bit more quiet about that stuff. If you're doing well, don't say anything.
Is that more of a Facebook phenomenon, like the showy kind of like, oh, look.
I think you get it on
Little Billy.
You get it on Facebook.
Jackson, is that? Oh, you don't have a mic, do you?
Look, it all started with those bumper stickers bragging on their kids being honor students.
My kid beat up your honor student.
And it all went from there. It may even go earlier to that baby on board. Remember baby on board? Everyone's down there like, well, you got a baby on board. Now I'm going to drive safely. I was going to drive like crap before. I was going to rear end you, but now that I see you got a baby on board, like it's,
Somebody made a mint selling those little yellow.
Yeah, they did. And then remember, you could get them
cup.
Eventually with anything. My mother, the first one I remember her having was she had ex-husband and trunk. But it was the baby on board thing.
What about send help? Remember those? Everybody had like a little placard in their car, and you could put it in the windshield.
Yeah.
Is that really going to? Excuse me, before you carjack me, I need to insert this into the windshield.
I mean, and not to mention, if you're putting it there as a joke, you've screwed all the people that legitimately need help.
I think that started when somebody was impersonating a police officer and came up to help somebody, and instead of allowing the police to help you, they said, no, just send for help.
Oh, God.
I think that's how it started.
You know what? Let me. When was the last time we had a fad like that everybody bought and had it for a short period of time, and then they're gone? Like a baby on the board thing on the
Pet rock going way back.
That's way back. But when's have we had a recent
what was
phenomenon?
the fidget spinners? Like
the fidget
there's
spinners.
always something.
Oh my God! Remember how big those got for like
Beanie
a year?
Babies were big in the
1998. Jeez, Doug, have you been awake the last 30 years?
I'm just trying to think of things.
I'm just trying to think of. Is anybody, any readers out there, callers, listeners? What was the last big fad we had
that everybody got into?
Everybody was into, and then everybody was out of it. We all jumped in. We all got out.
Yeah.
Fidget spinners might be the one, because I had, oh my God, I was buying
and our
those.
kids had to have like 8 different versions. I said it's the same stupid thing.
That's it. Just boom, boom. Mindless.
Yeah.
We want to be mindful, Ed, not mindless.
There it is. Oh, and I got to give a plug to a restaurant I went to in St. Louis.
What do we got?
If you have not gone to Bulliard's in Maplewood, it's a butchery and a sandwich shop.
I've heard wonderful things.
Let me
I have
tell you
not dined
something.
there.
I went in there and got a sandwich called the Feisty Bull. This may be the best sandwich in all of St. Louis.
What's on the Feisty Bull?
You know, it's beef and seasonings, and I think there's some onions and some pepper. But the quality of the meat, the quality of the bread, the way they put the sandwich together, the bite, it's truly. And I mean, I'm not getting paid anything for it. They don't even know that I was there. I just happened to eat there. But I got to tell you, it was a special experience. I really like the place, and I'm imagining the meat that they sell is probably top notch.
Bullards.
Bulliards.
Manchester?
Bollyards. No, you know what it is?
Maplewood.
In Maplewood.
Off the side road,
on Sutton.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sutton is the greatest street maybe in all of St. Louis, because you got Strange Donuts, and you got Bulliards, and you got that little Tiffany Diner thing
right on the corner.
there.
It used to be the B&L Diner.
Yeah, so, it's just this little strip. But man, it's that's a treat. So yeah, that's that. I know people like sandwich picks. That's my pick of the week.
There it is.
Go to Bulliards.
Feisty
Bull.
Could be the name of this radio show. Feisty Bull.
I thought it was high school
absolute
hijinks.
delight.
Ed Herman, Brown, and Crouppen on Tuesdays here talking it over with us with perspective. Doug, now you have a better perspective.
Okay.
Guess not.
He still looks miserable.
I was reading things on the latest fads.
He's stuck now.
People are offering
threw
ice.
him down a rabbit hole.
Salt life.
Ice bucket challenge.
Yeah, well, we got
Salt
into
life.
that for a year.
Yeah.
Well, for a couple months. That was something. Did you do it? Did you do it back in the day?
I did for some charity.
It was for ALS. All the ice bucket.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
Doug sounds disparaging. I did it for some charity.
It was cold.
When was the last time we cured a really good disease? I mean, we got AIDS under
Ed is
control.
going deep here.
No.
Well, just when you said that, it made me think, when was the last time we took something that was big that maybe we feared
They
growing
got a pretty
up?
good handle on AIDS.
Yeah, that one they seem to have really conquered, at least treated.
Mm-hmm.
But are there
lot of
anything else
cancers,
that we
a lot of-
worried about as kids that we don't even think about anymore?
We don't think about it anymore.
Polio.
Well, not for me.
That predated
By the time
us.
I was born, they already had that.
People aren't
licked.
worried much about COVID anymore, I don't think.
Nah. A lot of
Got the
people were
plague
never
under
worried
control.
about it. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. We may have some coming back. We'll see. Measles outbreaks are going on. Thank God we didn't have to worry about that one, or at least I didn't. I don't know how it was.
People
in
are
your
worried
day.
about taking vaccines now. That's what we took. We took the measles vaccine, and now people are scared to take a vaccine.
Yeah.
Some.
Well, listen. Parents need to do what they think is best for their kids. I'm not going to get into it. That's a parental decision.
Mm-hmm. But that's what's causing the measles outbreak, I think.
Is the lack of vaccine.
Yes.
Yes, that is true. And of course, but again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to pretend to be one. I did the vaccines because I had to trust the expertise of my doctor over myself, because I'm not a doctor and they were.
Well, we are all virologists on this show.
What are you, a urologist?
Virologist.
Oh, I thought you said a urologist.
No.
And I'm like, what's going on
We're
here? A lot of
virologists.
stones? I don't But no, I mean, that's the thing is we like to say in our society, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But there's a second part of that too, and that is that all opinions cannot be treated equally. That's the other part. You can have an opinion, but it has to be weighted in accordance with your background and expertise. You can't just say everybody gets one and they're all equal. They're not all equal. Everyone gets one, but they're not equal. So I have to have the humility to know that even though I may have an opinion on something, I have to yield to the person with greater expertise to listen to their opinion. You know, that's the discipline that nobody wants to do the second part and actually yield to the more educated opinion. So if we can solve that problem, I think a lot of things would improve.
Timmy's talking about when we argue about baseball and I win because they have all this
you've got the better
competitive imbalance. No,
well,
kidding, I'm kidding.
I know. I'm not going to go there. But anyway, yeah, that's my thought on that.
There it is. Ed Herman, Brown, and Crouppen on Tuesdays
that's a lot
here.
to think about in 20 minutes, folks.
Yeah,
Giving you gold.
Think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called TMA. John Kelly joining us in next segment. This is 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Good.
Excited for the game tonight. Great weather.
Yeah.
Great hockey weather.
Glorious weather outside in the St. Louis area. 3 or 4 points against the Jets and the Avalanche, and this could be a great way to start this final stretch if they are able to take on the Kraken. What did you see on Saturday and Sunday that led to the success against two of the better teams in the league?
You know, I think the Blues, number one, were led by their top line of Neighbors, Thomas, Buchnevich. Those, especially Thomas and Buchnevich, might have had their best 2 games of the season. They both had 3 points against the Jets and played well against the Avs on Sunday. So, you know, again, when your top players play well, everybody sort of follows in line. And I think the Blues played a really solid game. Unfortunately, against the Jets, you know, like they did against Edmonton a few weeks ago, and like they did against Florida when they let that lead slip away and the Panthers scored the late goal, the Blues should have really had 2 points. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them. But right now the Blues obviously need as many points as they can. And they played, I thought they were really physical against Colorado and really established the forecheck. And that's something Jim Montgomery talked about last week, guys. I'm sure you know. He wanted to be a better forechecking team out of the break. And I think the Blues accomplished that for the most part. They created a lot of turnovers off the forecheck in those 2 games.
John, isn't the frustration this group, this team can play really well at times, can beat a top contender, and then they'll just lay an egg against lesser opponents? I mean, I think that's what makes the Seattle matchup so intriguing. Are you going to take any of this momentum and carry it forward?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's totally true. You know, they've beaten some of the weaker teams in the league. But you look at this game tonight, and Seattle's a team that's 5 games under 500. And on paper, you say, well, the Blues should win the game. Well, they're only 4 points behind the Blues, number one. But number two, I think more importantly, the Blues after tonight, they go on the road for 7 of 8 games. So this is almost a must-win. The Blues right now, you know, 58 points. They're only 5 points behind Vancouver. The Canucks do not play tonight. They're also 1 point behind Utah and 4 behind Calgary. Both Utah and Calgary do play tonight, but Calgary's in Washington. So if the Capitals beat Calgary and the Blues win, the Blues would be within 3 points of a playoff spot. So that's why I think this is so important of a hockey game, not just because it's Seattle, but the Blues can gain some ground on the idle Canucks, and then, of course, they have the rugged stretch in the road.
And the Blues' situation, the big picture, changes almost with every game they play. So at the risk of asking the same question all the time, at this point, are they contenders for a playoff spot, or is it time to think about selling, or do you stand pat and try to make the playoffs with what you got?
Well, I think right now, you know, Doug, that the Blues have these games before the deadline, which is next Friday before they play the Ducks. So a lot can happen in those games. You know, the Blues play tonight. They play Thursday in Washington. They have 2 games on the weekend, and then they play next Wednesday in Los Angeles. I believe it. Yeah, it's Wednesday. So, you know, a lot of hockey left. So, you know, what if they win all those games? I mean, or, you know, in theory, what if they lose them all? I really do think it's going to come down to where do the Blues sit next Friday as far as the playoff picture is concerned. I think if they're within shouting distance, I don't think Doug Armstrong does anything. If they're, you know, out of the race by, you know, whatever, 7, 8, 9 points or more, then who knows what can happen. It wouldn't shock me if they make some trades. But I do think there's too much runway here in the next 10 days before we can make that determination.
John, what do you think the carryover is from the 4 nations? I think moving forward, they're going to have different versions, right? We won't see 4 again, but do you think the game of hockey is going to look at that and say, all right, how do we kind of do something similar moving forward?
Well, they've already said that. So they're going to the Olympics next year in Italy, and it's going to be best on best, and everybody will be there. I mean, assuming the Russians will be there. Hopefully that conflict is over. But they've already said that in 3 years, they are going to have, in 2028, they're going to have the World Cup of Hockey. And I would think that would be a bigger tournament than the one we just saw with the four nations. So, yeah, they're going to go best on best, at least what I can see, every 2 years, either a World Cup of Hockey or the Winter Olympics. And that's great. And it's really a shame, quite honestly, that in the last 10 years, they haven't had a best on best tournament. I mean, I know COVID was in there as well, but they really missed the boat on a lot of great hockey, and we saw the ratings and the interest in the tournament this year. It was just it blew away, I think, any preconceived notions people had about that tournament.
It's probably the urge to want to do it every year, but then it kind of loses some of its special appeal, doesn't it, if you do it too often?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but to me, any best-on-best tournament, whether it would be Four Nations or World Cup, or maybe just 1 year have U.S.-Canada play in a 2 out of 3 tournament, any of those scenarios would be better than an all-star game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
That's a total waste of time.
God bless America. I couldn't agree with you more on that. Either way, people were certainly enthused over the last couple of weeks on something that I think most people didn't know much about, at least in the sporting world, going into the United States and Canada on that Saturday night, and then that culminating in huge numbers this past Thursday. Opportunity for the Blues to keep momentum going. Blues and Kraken pregame, 6 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. You can catch it here on 101 ESPN. John Kelly with us every Tuesday on TMA. John, appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks. That's John Kelly with us in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, you got an event coming up. Why don't you tell the people about it?
March 15th, it's going to be at the Frontenac Hilton. Great night of football stories with Marcia Falk, who's now a coach at the collegiate level with Prime. I'm sure we'll get into that in a little bit, the decision to get into the college coaching ranks, but also Jackie Smith, another Pro Football Hall of Famer. Together on the dais, I'll be the MC. We're raising money for veterans causes. The folks down in Perryville that run the Missouri's National Veterans Memorial once a year hold a fundraising event in St. Louis, or if you're a company, business owner, and you'd like to put a table together, bring some of your clients. It's going to be a fun night. Saturday, March 15th, Frontenac Hilton, Jackie Smith, Marcia Falk, football stories, but also raising money for our veterans. Only way to get tickets is to call, and that number is 573. That's the area code, 573-517-5132. We've been saying Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 5132. 573-517-5132. Marshall, Jackie together on the dais, talking football, raising money for our veterans on March 15th.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Stewart's American Mortgage, and Stewie giving out his personal cell number at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. What is the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there is no underwriting fee, no appraisal fee, no title fee, no lender fee, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. All the local teams playing college hoops tonight. Kick it off with SLU taking on Davidson at 6 p.m. Then Illinois tries to end their 3-game losing streak against Iowa at 8 p.m. And Missouri takes on South Carolina at 8 p.m. in Columbia. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Ed Herman came in from Brown and Crouppen to inspire us, and here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, Jackson has chosen this anthem to carry over that momentum.
Feels good.
It feels like Sammy Hagar's less successful brother playing at the Holiday Inn.
Just Don't Press Push has texted into the Air Comfort Service text line and said, Lindenwood?
I figured someone would say that. Oh, this is some smart ass who's going to say something.
Wow, you're going after Just Don't Press Push?
They're playing Western Illinois, the Leathernecks, at 7:30.
Good.
Nice.
Division I.
Sure.
It's a big night of ball.
Big night of ball. I like that the Tigers especially are playing on Tuesdays again as opposed to Wednesdays. I like a Tuesday game.
Why is that?
Yeah, why is it?
Earlier in the week, more consistent. I don't know. I don't like the Wednesday game. I still don't like the 8 p.m. tip, but what are you gonna do?
Wednesday feels more like an 8-10 vehicle. They play a lot of Wednesday games.
Yeah. I'm just happy that the Tigers are on.
Yeah, I don't like that 8 o'clock tip-off either.
Yeah. But like
we're cutting into bedtime now by the time it's over. Come on.
I know. And especially like with that Alabama game, I knew I wasn't going to go to bed because I'd be too hyped up.
Well, you're going to be hyped up now because Joe Ladorty has just revealed the brackets.
He's making it
this
up.
Tournament is about to get underway, and the tournament has just been revealed.
It's been what now?
Revealed.
Well, okay.
Boy, I mean, Joe Lenardi is in lockstep with the Athletic.
It's shocking, really.
Damn near the exact. The Athletic has Missouri as a 5 playing McNeese State. Joe Lenardi has Missouri as a 5 seed playing McNeese State.
Oh, Lord.
And they're in the same region as Michigan, the 4 seed. What are the chances? Lenardi and the Athletic are on the same page, and they're all in the East Regional playing Duke. But if Southeast Missouri State can get past Duke and then get past the delightful Danny Hurley in the second round, it could set up a matchup between Missouri and Southeast Missouri State in Duke.
And where?
Duke.
Okay. Well, I'll be pulling big time for SEMO over Duke. That'd be a monumental upset. One of the biggest in college basketball ever, maybe.
Anytime a 16 seed beats a 1 seed, it's
only happened once, right?
No, sir. It has happened. We saw.
Don't talk down to me now.
Yeah, you were talked down to me a little bit.
Well, you forget.
What happened to all the Ed's love that he was spreading? Now you're just going to dunk on Doug?
Well, if you're factually incorrect, I'm going to correct you.
Okay. How many times has it happened?
Fairleigh Dickinson beat Purdue and Matt Painter.
Yeah.
Now you have an impediment.
I just feel like you have to talk that way. 2 years ago. And then, of course, the
Virginia
Retrievers of University of Maryland,
Baltimore
County beat
Twice
Tony Bennett, Virginia, which then they came back the next year and won it all. And I don't know if our friends from St. Peter's was a 16 seed. I think they were 15.
They were a 15 seed.
Shaneen Holloway.
Now it's Seton Hall.
Yeah. And they often play the Golden Eagles of Marquette.
Well, they're in the same conference. Yeah.
The reason Jackson likes the games on Tuesday nights for Missouri is
some inaccurate bullcrap.
That D-bagger reason not to watch Blues hockey. That's from Diddles the Piddles.
Is that
the Blues don't always play on Tuesdays, though, do they?
Is that the reason?
No. Mizzou could play or not play. It doesn't have any bearing on whether I watch the Blues or not.
But you will watch the first part of the Blues game, no doubt.
No.
Oh, Doug.
Like, do you want me to lie? Like, would you prefer I lied? Would you prefer I lied?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll be watching it.
Pelicans, right? You're gonna watch
there's so much college basketball.
Davidson, Steph Curry.
Saturday, they were like, it was just matchup after matchup after matchup. It's like great college basketball, man. It's so good. And the energy is so high. Like, it's tough not to watch.
Okay.
Doug, people are very scared by McNeese in this Air Comfort Service text
Their
inbox.
student manager is going viral right now. A hot video of McNeese State. Of their student manager. Like,
is it McNeese or McNeese State? I've seen both.
I think it's just McNeese.
It used to be McNeese State.
Dropped the state.
Is that right, Martin? They dropped it?
I think they dropped the state, but their student manager is like
conjecturing.
walking through the tunnel, like rapping with the team and hyping them up. And he's kind of a nerdy looking guy, but the guys are getting all fired up. It's a great video. I encourage folks to look it up.
What about SIUE? They play SEMO Thursday and could be that 16 seed, but they have to make their free throws. Thanks. That's from Bombscon Scoobion.
Well, Thursday I'll talk about them. You know.
Brian Baroni doing a great job over there in the Metro East.
Shout out to the Cougars.
SIUE. McNeese State. Did Joe Dumars go to McNeese State,
Joe
Doug? Do you
Dumars,
remember
wow.
Joe Dumars?
I don't remember where
Their official website says McNeese State University.
Oh, well, there you go.
Joe Dumars did go to McNeese State.
How about Leonard Smith, the great DB for the Air football Cardinals before they went to Arizona, and then played for the Buffalo Bills when they were really good. That's all I got on McNeese State.
Also went to McNeese State.
Okay. That's all I got.
I'll be in Newport Beach visiting my son at tournament start, so I will be cracking beers at 8 a.m. Suck it, bitches. Don't let me down, Denny Gates. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Doug, he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
Did he say he's
in
going to
2023.
Newport Beach?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's ritzy.
That's where you go to watch the tournament.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
It's probably the first time in a decade that we're going to get all three of the. Well, no, Patino probably brought Iona to the tournament in the last couple of years. But it's been a while since all those three of those guys.
So we're talking rigatoni.
So we can finally
Will
talk.
Dick Vitale be on the broadcast a lot of the big games?
Hope so. He was on the broadcast of Alabama and Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
He's not on the tournament, though, because that's Turner.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
yeah,
they got to bring him in for that. They got to make an exception.
They might. I don't know.
That Rick Pitino, man. That St. John's is really good.
Beware St. John's.
Johnny's are really good.
I have a big picture question for Jackson.
Yes.
1 second left in the game. You have a shooter at the free throw line, down one, shooting two. If you could choose one player, who would you prefer to bottom for while watching? That's from Justin Safford or Ryan Rosberg. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
So my choice is between those two?
That's correct. Justin Safford was on the 2009 Elite Eight team.
Yeah. Justin, am I asked who's at the free throw line, and then the other one and I are in some sort of coital position?
Doug, I thought this was a question about free throws.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a lot of thought to the question.
I think
really.
Rosberg is a better shooter. He had an unfortunate hairline early in his college career, but good dude.
St. Louis's own.
Yeah, Chesterfield product.
Marquette, maybe?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I'll go Rosberg.
Okay.
For which question?
I don't know. If you're asking me who's going to shoot the free throws on this team, Tamar Bates.
Okay.
I don't know anything about that question.
Over Grill?
Yeah. Tamar Bates is like one of the best free throw shooters in the country.
Jackson loves Tuesday games to get it out of the way early in the week so he can focus on his Whittle Danielle Steele paperbacks later in the week. That's from Big Tough.
That's
you reading Danielle Steele?
I don't understand the reference. I do like to read, and I do prefer a paperback, but I don't know Danielle Steele.
She wrote like romance novels.
Oh, I don't read
more for like more of a
romance
female audience.
Well, whatever blows your hair back, but no, a lot of mysteries and thrillers, but no.
Nancy Drew, Hardy Boys.
Not like
Paddington.
Paddington Takes Peru is in theaters now.
Paddington Bear?
Yeah, this is the third movie. You ever see that Paddington movie? It's very cute.
No.
It's good stuff.
Good or bad?
Good. Both 1 and 2. I haven't seen the new one yet.
Larry Nichols on the line, Doug, and he wants to update you on what happened in professional wrestling.
That'd be great.
Last night on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Andy Banker with us at the top of the hour on this Missouri sports gambling story. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Doug didn't get a chance to watch the show last night.
I didn't. I missed it completely. What happened?
If you would have spent money on Netflix, Doug, you would go watch it.
Yeah. Well, I have Netflix, but somehow I still missed it. Doggone it. So what happened?
The main event from last night was for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles. The defending champions, Naomi and Bianca Belair, were up against Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez of Judgment Day.
Is there an alarm? Is there an alarm going off in the background, Larry?
No, well, I'm watching TV too.
Oh.
What program? You're usually watching a game show. Is that that Book Burns?
ER sometimes.
No, Bill Burns not until the afternoon.
Day's already mapped
But anyway,
out.
Did you want to turn the TV down while you're doing this?
The TV's down.
Well, then there's other chatter.
You can K that.
Can I get the wrestling, please?
Okay, go ahead.
The winners of the match and new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez.
Yeah, I saw
for the third time.
I saw Liv Morgan was trending on Twitter. Every time I wake up on a Tuesday morning, she's trending on Twitter, and I just feel like it's a simp fest. Am I right on that, Larry?
It's the Netflix effect.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
Did they pull some funny business to win those belts?
Well, no thanks to Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah, I was going to blame him too.
Yeah.
Well, what did he do?
He came in and interfered behind the referee's back.
The referee never sees it. Worst officiated sport in the world. They never see anything. And when it doesn't take much and they're just knocked out completely, just totally incapacitated. Just one bump and they're in the corner, just unable to, almost in a coma. Glass
Larry, Doug does make a good point about the officiating.
The referee is not out cold. He has back turned.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
Why was his back turned if someone was interfering from the outside? How hard is that to see?
Because either Liv Morgan or Raquel Rodriguez was distracting the referee to have Dominic Mysterio interfere.
Okay.
That cleared it up.
So now we have new champions because of all this nonsense.
Yes, we do.
Okay. It's a big moment.
Doug has wanted to see the WWE instill video replay and feels like it's ripe for it. How come they won't do it?
From my understanding, Tim, all referees' decisions are final.
Mm-hmm. Even when they don't see anything that happens.
Ruin me.
They see nothing. These guys are horrible.
Right.
Okay, well, anything else happen on the program we should know about?
There was also a Women's Intercontinental Championship match, and yes, Doug, there is a Women's Intercontinental Championship on Raw.
Okay.
Lactobacteria successfully defended her title against Dakota Kai.
All right, anybody interfere in that one?
No, that match was on the level.
Okay.
Any relation to Sweet Kai? Was it Dakota Kai?
Jackson's buddy.
No.
Okay.
Fair.
Larry, you don't happen to have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal, do you?
Yes, I do. But before I get to that, Tim,
Okay.
I would like to thank Jackson for playing the intro, the rejoin music. Because I'm showing my age, but back in 1986, the touch was used in the Transformers movie, which is a cartoon movie.
Oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
That was for you, Lair.
I thought that was a Boogie Nights original.
That version, yes, that was the Dirk Diggler version.
I did not know that.
Yeah, but that is from the Transformers movie.
Larry, you have educated me in multiple ways today, sir. Now, if you could, the top 5 nations in the world.
Okay, number 5 will be Argentina.
Argentina. Okay.
Is that Messi?
Yeah. Number 4 will be Morocco.
Interesting.
Morocco. Okay.
Number 3 will be Brazil, where we get coffee from.
Okay.
Just kind of a fun fact, back of the baseball card thing.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Number
2?
Canada?
Canada.
Oh, I kind of knew it.
Interesting.
Hold on. Can we wager on the next one? Oh, let's see. Australia, Germany. Tim, I don't know. What do you think?
But before I reveal the number 1 country, they were talking about Canada win that tournament thing.
Right. That's what Jackson calls it.
We're in lockstep, Lair.
Did you guys know that Jordan Bennington was from Canada?
Yes, everyone on the Canadian team was from Canada.
Did you
Wisconsin players?
Hold on. Were you asking if we knew before the tournament thing whether Bennington was from Canada?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was news to me, Larry. So I'm with you.
Jackie is right there with you on this.
Okay, number one country, United States of America.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Despite our
Cool in the
loss.
gang. They can win in overtime in that tournament thing.
Yeah.
But they cannot be the number one nation in the world.
No, they can't.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
God bless America.
There he is, Larry Nickel, ranking nations and also giving fun facts. Brazil, coffee, Jordan Bennington, Canadian.
That was one of the best Larry calls in a good long while.
Wouldn't want to do the closed captioning. What he said at the end there, did you know Bennington was Canadian before that tournament thing? I kind of like that.
It was good knowledge. All right, Andy Banker is going to give us an into the weeds look at the sports gambling situation in Missouri with the development yesterday from Secretary of State Denny Hoskins, who is saying that they're going to have to push it back now into August from June. Andy Banker has been covering it for the 2 Fox for a long time. I'm anxious to hear what he has to say about this. That's coming up next on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Back on the morning after, where one of our new sponsors is Stiefel. They sponsor the dossier, which is fabulous of them to do. And they're also just a regular sponsor. Fantastic St. Louis company, founded in downtown in 1890, still headquartered there today. Stiefel, proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Our partners also with the Cardinals and the Blues. And now the Stiefel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stiefel Theater. Stiefel's honored to support the city, the people, and their future. Stiefel has financial advisors in 12 offices in the greater St. Louis area and nearly 400 offices nationwide. Stifel also has a full-service investment bank for institutional clients and one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Stifel and TMA, this is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. Stifel, thank you for being a new sponsor.
Are we in segment or are we in commercial break?
No, we're in segment.
Is that a quick one?
Yeah, it was quite quick.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I didn't get a chance to announce the time before fellas went to go whiz bang, so I apologize.
You like that term, Doug? Whiz bang?
Don't reveal that they went whiz bang.
I thought I had all the time in the world.
I couldn't be sorrier.
That seems kind of sarcastic. It's my read. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast and listen to our conversations so far on the program amongst ourselves and amongst friends who have gathered. Is Andy Banker on the Callier Thompson phone lines? Andy Banker of the Two Fox Martins cohort, who has been covering the Missouri sports gambling saga, joins us right now, and I can't wait to talk it over with him. Good morning, Andy.
Hey, Tim. Saga is right.
Yes, it is a saga.
Going on for quite a while.
I'm telling you. So what took place yesterday to bring our listeners up to speed?
So Denny Hoskins, who is now the Secretary of State for Missouri, elected in November. He was a state senator from Warrensburg for years, who had his hands in the pickle jar on sports gaming. The Missouri Gaming Commission has been, going as quickly as they can, because once this passed, one thing they have to do, there's all this procedural stuff, right? They actually have to make rules that are going to govern this, how it's all going to work, and how they're going to license people to do it, and the application process to apply for a license, and every individual worker involved in this for whatever entity, be it a casino or be it FanDuel or whatever, anyone who works in Missouri in the sports gaming industry is going to have to be individually licensed as well, and they got to go through background checks and all of that. So there's a lot of this stuff to do, and the Amendment 2, which legalized sports gaming in November, set a deadline to get it all done by December 1st. And the Gaming Commission thought, hey, that's given that time frame, we need an emergency declaration so we can speed through the rulemaking process and meet that deadline. Well, they're going to be way ahead of the deadline. I interviewed the chairwoman of the Gaming Commission earlier this month, and she said probably mid-June. That's about as quickly as it could possibly happen. But Denny Hoskins, now as Secretary of State, has to sign off on this emergency rulemaking process. And he yesterday said, this is not an emergency. They think they can be done by June. They have plenty of time to beat December. So let's just go through the regular process where there's public comment, which is now going to happen mid-March to mid-April. And when you extrapolate it all out, it's going to end up end of August, end of September timeframe before this is launched in the state of Missouri. There's a law about, emergency rules, and I'll quote the law. It's allowed if there's an immediate danger to the public health, safety, or welfare requiring emergency action, or it is necessary to preserve a compelling governmental interest that requires an early effective date. And Hoskins probably rightly says, well, this doesn't qualify. But there's this history, Tim, with him in sports gaming in Missouri that really makes you wonder whether this goes back to some old arguments and he's just sticking the knife in the back of the people who got this pushed through around him, because he sort of killed sports gaming, or at least had a hand in it, in the legislature for 5 or 6 years in a row. I would think that Bill DeWitt III, the president of the Cardinals, who was one of the leaders of the effort to legalize sports gaming, probably has some words under his breath about Denny Hoskins when he saw this.
I would imagine so, because with this, now betting down at Busch Stadium is taken off the table, barring a change. So you have been covering this story for Fox 2 for a number of years, as we both call it the saga. What is the history with the now Secretary of State, Denny Hoskins, and sports gambling? And then how does it tie in these video lottery machines?
VLTs.
That's what the core. Yes, VLTs.
Video lottery terminals. And they're, that's just video poker and video slots. And you see them around gas stations and maybe some taverns in Missouri. They're all over Illinois. And I know some people in small mom and pop tavern, gas station businesses over on the Illinois side. And these things have really changed their business model. They help. But they're regulated over there in Illinois, and Illinois taxes them. In Missouri, none of that happens. They're not legal. Although I think there's an argument that they're not really considered games of chance because they're, I don't know. I can't get too far in the weeds of that as to why police entities don't go rip these out of taverns and gas stations when you see them in Missouri, because I don't think they're legally authorized to be there. But there is some sort of way they're set up that maybe they're not as giving as a game of chance machine should be. So they skirt the rule that way. But anyway, Denny Hoskins always wanted to regulate the VLTs and to tax them and, to make money off them for the state of Missouri and help out the small mom and pops that those things might help save a business here and there. But he always attempted to marry that legislation to sports gaming. So it was like year after year, sports gaming legislation in the Missouri legislature would be gaining momentum, right? Standing on its own. Let's legalize sports gaming so we can all bet from our phones on games in Missouri like they do in the 7 of the 8 states that border us. Hoskins is always saying, no, we got to do sports gaming and VLTs together. And I think a couple of years ago, February, he filibustered on the issue for a time. And it always seemed to kill everything. It just did. And Bill DeWitt III would come back from Jeff City banging his head, saying, oh, this is never going to happen. And eventually, this past year or two, he and his fellow supporters and comrades decided, the heck with the legislature. Let's gather signatures and put it on the ballot. Let the people decide. And they did. It barely passed, right? You remember in November, I think there were about 3 million votes. It passed by fewer than 3,000.
Yeah.
Less, about 0.1%. And Hoskins points to that. I mean, I've never seen him do interviews, really. He did send us a letter explaining his position, and the fact that it barely passed, the arguments about how much it's going to bring into the state coffers. He cites all of that. But I really think, do you honestly, if you know people, do you ignore the sanctimony of the past that gone with that had, been part of the VLTs and sports gaming and, the Cardinals and the other entities that won sports gaming and the casinos, right? Saying, we don't want to put this with VLTs. Casinos don't want those lottery terminals or whatever you want to call them all over the state. They want them in their casinos and nowhere else. So that would have killed the legislation anyway. So I to ignore that and think that there's not something there, that it's not personal, that's up to you to decide.
So he's not commented on this latest decision. So bottom line, it passes as an amendment. It's going to be legal. It's going to be enacted. The Gaming Commission is sort of working on the timeline. They were hopeful maybe by June, maybe the latest.
Yeah, June 30th.
Right? And then the latest was kind of always thought maybe by football. And then the Secretary of State, who does have this history, is saying, all right, you can't hurry this along. There's some rules and things. You're not qualified to call it an emergency situation. Slow down here. But he has not commented as to his intentions.
He sent us a letter, Marty, his opinion. And that's all he said. He basically talked about the things I talked about, that this is not an emergency. They didn't prove it was an emergency. And, I mean, if you're from the outside looking in, you look at it, he's probably right. Right? I mean, is it an emergency? Are they not going to get it done by December 1st if they just go through the ordinary process as opposed to the speed process? But also then you got to go back and look at the history. So maybe he's right just on the X's and O's of it. But do you completely ignore his past and his ramrod relationship with the Cardinals and everybody else who wanted sports gaming and not video lottery machines everywhere you look in Missouri? Why are those two things the same? Why should they be married? Why couldn't they stand alone? He never really seemed to be able to accept that as a state senator. And now he gets this last chance to have a final word as Secretary of State. Just knowing Missouri politics, I don't think you can ignore that history and, not think that maybe there's something personal going on in here.
So is there an updated timeline? Is he saying December 1st is when it'll happen, or whenever the Gaming Commission gets it all sorted through without extra special treatment?
Given the standard rules and the way things work, it's probably the end of August, end of September. So somewhere in that month. But my guess is that the Missouri Gaming Commission will be ready to go at the earliest possible date. And the way this works, so everyone who wants a license, right, the 13 casinos in Missouri can get a license. Well, they're going to apply. 2 online gaming only companies can get a license, FanDuel and DraftKings. Even though they're not named, that's who it's going to be because they spent almost $20 million trying to get this passed or whatever it was. And then the sports teams, right? The Cardinals and when I talked to Bill DeWitt, the Cardinals aren't thinking they're going to make a ton of money by having a sports book in or around Ballpark Village or Busch Stadium. Their cut's going to come from licensing deals or, I don't know, joint agreements with whoever carries the torch for their sports gaming. And they know more people are going to bet from their seats on their phones than are actually going to walk into a brick and mortar sports book. So that's all they really care about. Same with the Blues and everybody else. I'm sure they would like it. I don't know. It could have been activated in time for Stanley Cup playoffs, whether the Blues are part of that. NBA playoffs. It wouldn't have been here for March Madness or NCAA tournament or any of that. But, yeah, there's going to be some missed revenue here. But I don't really think there's anything they can do about it. I mean, this is what it's going to be. So happy betting in the fall.
Andy, we've had some people texting in anytime we've talked about this over the last 24 hours, theorizing or sounding like they have a position of knowledge that he is, Denny Hoskins, the Secretary of State, is doing this to delay it, to try to send this back to the courts. Now, when I've read these texts, then I've had other people say he can't do that. It is already passed in Missouri. So you have that element. But then you also, as you made reference to earlier in our conversation, it did pass by a very slim margin. Has the time expired to send that back to recount or to ask for? So all of that is done, and he can't send it back to the court. So this thing is happening by December 1st, no matter what.
I don't know what kind of. I mean, is there some way you could send it? Could he file a suit? I don't think it would go anywhere. I can tell you that even the Missouri, if it would ever, I'm no legal scholar here, so I don't know, but I wouldn't think that he can sue. If he could and it made it anywhere by the time it got to Missouri Supreme Court, it would not pass muster there. They're not going to undo something that voters passed. And most of the time they wouldn't take, I mean, there were attempts to stop this vote from happening. And there were, just like with Amendment 3, the abortion amendment, there were attempts to stop that from happening through the courts prior to the election. And the state Supreme Court said, you know what, let's let the people vote. And then if there's an issue with what happened, we'll revisit it. So maybe there's something there that could be brought. It hasn't been. I don't think that's what he's doing. I don't know if he had it takes very little time to file a lawsuit, so I don't think he would need the extra months of the summer to figure out a legal strategy. I mean, he's had time if he really wanted to try some legal maneuvering to stop this. I think, maybe take it at face value that it's not an emergency. I do expect we'll be betting on sports in the fall.
Do you know if it's possible for the Governor Keogh, to override Hoskins on this?
No, I don't think it is. I think it falls under the Secretary of State duties on the emergency rules. That's why he's able to stop it. The governor is, he's already signed off on the first set of rulemaking. It did go to him. And as far as the process, the casinos are involved. The people in the gaming industry are involved, helping the state of Missouri and other states. Maybe not Illinois, where we're going to be taking revenue from, I shouldn't say stealing, are helping Missouri figure out this process and navigate. And some of this has already gone to the governor. He's looked at it and said, yeah, let's go. But about the recount, Tim, I mean, that passed a long time ago, and nobody came forward to challenge it.
Right.
It was so close. There should have been a recount. If you would think if this is a real contentious issue, we're talking about 2,900 something votes out of 3 million cast almost, and nobody said boo. Not Denny Hoskins, not anybody. The incoming Secretary of State, I would think, may have had standing to do something in terms of a recount before the deadline passed to do so. I just, I don't know. Is it enough to just think he's got some old axe to grind and that's what he's doing? Because there's some bad blood with him or the Cardinals or whomever. I don't know. But it smells like it a little bit. And then I would say that if Jay Ashcroft was still the Secretary of State, this wouldn't be happening. I don't think. Even though I'm not sure he was a big pro gamer. I just, it's Denny Hoskins.
And it has been throughout the whole saga. It's always gone back to him and then the VLTs.
Yeah, he wanted these VLTs, and the people that were pro sports gaming were like, no, God, we don't saddle us with your stuff. Do that on your own. And maybe they would have, because there's this, brothers in arms. I don't want gentleman's agreement. They were allied, the casinos and the sports teams, and wanting this to happen. Now, once the campaign happened and once the sports teams also allied with the DraftKings and FanDuels of the world, then the casinos got a little upset about that and tried to defeat the thing for a while. Caesars was funding the anti-Amendment 2 campaign until towards the end when they got out of it, realized this was probably going to be good for them too. It's such a morass. It's crazy.
You think Hoskins has any other supporters in the Missouri legislature that think he's doing the right thing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had allies when he was in the Senate. He had plenty of allies to sort of, derail this and filibuster it. I think he and Bill Eigel were together on some of the St. Charles County senator, but Bill's out now, too. They're term limited, and Bill ran for governor, if you remember, in the primary in the summer and lost to Mike Keogh. There are people in the state legislature that aren't probably big on sports gaming. I mean, you would think they could have maneuvered an end around and got this through 5 or 6 years that DeWitt and company had been working on it, but they were never able to get it across the finish line. So there are people there who probably don't want it, but it's not like, if you remember, Doug, you remember when the boats got legalized. Mm-hmm. Now that was massive. There was huge opposition, and now it's just frittered away. It's just not there. And there's also the issue of how much it's actually going to make for Missouri schools. When you submit some kind of legislation, you go to the auditor's office or somewhere in the state of Missouri and have them put a fiscal note on how much it's going to make. Well, the fiscal note that came with this said, well, it could be zero. Could bring us no money if nobody bets, but it could bring $30 million a year. You know, so it's and Bill DeWitt III, when I interviewed him for a special, I think we ran it in October, but I probably interviewed him in September. He brought up Connecticut that had reached in year one of their sports gaming revenue for the state. They made $40 million. And he said, Missouri's bigger than Connecticut, about 2.5 million people, and we're pretty good sports fans here. And they pretty much had the same template because the casinos and online gaming companies, you know, they get to, you know, when you bet $5 and get 150 credits or whatever, all those promotional things, they get to deduct that against their taxes, right? They're promotionals. They don't have to be taxed on that. So that takes a big chunk out of what the state revenue is going to end up being. But still, I mean, I would tell you that the estimate was that it's going to make essentially $20 million a year for the first 5 years, bring $100 million for Missouri schools, just the tax revenue from this. And I would think Bill DeWitt would tell you it's probably going to be closer to $250 million over the first 5 years.
New
so
segment.
$250 million.
New segment, In the Weeds with Andy Banker. You can see him nightly now. He's anchoring at 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The Fox 2 News vehicle is actually on Channel 11, but it's Fox 2 News at 4 and 7. Andy Banker, Jasmine Huda. You guys might have worked with Jasmine back in the old KMOV days.
Sure. Did you really?
Yeah, sure.
Back in the old Channel 4 days. Doug will be on tonight at 5:26.
I've 6 and 10.
Are you
He's doing
sure?
Sports Sunday on a Tuesday.
Are you sure? Andy Banker nightly, 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock, over on Channel 11. We buried the lead. His son, Cole Banker, sports guy in Lubbock, sitting next to Pat Mahomes last night.
I saw your Twitter tweet.
Yeah, Cole Banker, Little Bank, is a sports guy down in Lubbock, Texas.
Hey,
Good for him.
Tech, they got a team.
They do.
Yeah, they do, man.
They almost took Houston, and we're missing 2 of their best players. They're really good. I wouldn't sleep on them in the tournament.
Beware the Red Raiders. That's a legitimate thing there.
So, if you're at Francis Park or Lubbock, you might run into a banker. There you go.
That's the way it can be. Andy, thank you for joining us and going into the weeds on this topic. This is, anytime we talk about this, it activates people, both who are for it or against it. And at the very least, everybody's kind of fascinated by why it keeps getting delayed, didn't get done, and I'd love to know what the real story is on this whole thing.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Bill DeWitt III about it, and maybe he will. Hoskins doesn't really, as far as I know, do media. He's never responded to me and said yes. But again, and I hope I didn't go too much into the weeds, but if you just take him at his word, the statement he sent us, about a page and a half, he's not doing anything to stop it. You know, he's just saying it's not an emergency. It can still be on track to be finished by December 1st. But maybe I don't know. Maybe you'll be talking to me about him trying to file some kind of lawsuit to stop it.
Oh my goodness! Well, I'll tell you.
Tell me how wrong I was, but I don't think that's the play here. I don't.
Let's hope you're correct. Andy Banker from Fox 2. You can see him at 4 and 7 p.m. on Fox 2 News, and with us here on TMA, giving us the latest on the sports gambling in Missouri saga. Andy, thanks so much for your time, man. Appreciate it.
All right, boys. See you.
Take it easy. That's Andy Banker of the 2 Fox with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
It is funny that those politicians who are usually strongly against something usually seek out the camera or the microphone, you know, and kind of make their case known. And I don't feel like I've heard the name, but have not heard from the man.
No, if he's from Warrensburg, that's the other side of the state, so we wouldn't see him locally.
I mean, in Jeff City, like even in pieces that are being done or clips you're seeing from the state senate. So it's going to happen, barring some kind of weird maneuvering, right? It's just it's just added frustration, I guess, for those who have waited for it for a long time. You know what you don't have to wait a long time for? It's design error.
Wow.
Gosh,
leave me.
And just think, It's almost spring. Pretty soon.
It's happening, Doug.
Transitioning
Sundresses.
Okay, I've got sundresses and air
compressing
conditioning.
the ball first, then the ground.
You're hitting balls. Doug's put on a sundress, and you're turning on the air conditioner. Good idea is to have that AC, little checkup. Little spring checkup. Always a good idea. Any issues with your HVAC year-round? We got through the winter, we think. Don't want to jinx it. Soon it's spring, then it's summer. You're running the air conditioning for months and months and months. If you have any issues, go to designairservice.com. That's the website. Fourth-generation family-run business since 1904. Talk about longevity in our town. That's what Seth Goldcamp and his family have done. Design Air, longest-running sponsor on TMA for all your HVAC needs. Get online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. You can send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. So many different ways to get involved on the program. Chairman Kurt was just on the phone. Was it a friend of the feather or somebody who called the show High School Hijinks?
No, that would be more of a friend of the feather type caller, just offering me some info on the, what are they, the VLTs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing super noteworthy, but I'm glad he
So
passed.
you weren't impressed with the phone call?
Yeah, who am I to judge the quality of the phone call?
Amen. 314-974-0101. Chairman Carroll talking over. And you know it's a judge-free zone. You can also go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra said, you know what? We love the 258 people who are in there. We're going to sponsor Droid Effects, Stay at Home Dog Dad, John Scores, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, Don Peepee, Deep Voice Dude, Bazooka Tooth 75, and I Hate Paper Straws, and Andrew Cunningham. That's what Michelob Ultra said, and they did it. Doug, they did it. They wanted it. They got it.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, Michelob
Really
Ultra.
nice deal.
You want to talk about feeling like the weather's warming up, Michelob Ultra, and you're out on the golf course and you're shaving strokes. Again, ball first, then the ground.
Okay.
It's a superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the official sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. And then, of course, emailing in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Your thoughts on what Andy Banker had to say regarding sports gambling and the latest delay in the state of Missouri. Text in, call in, YouTube chat, email in. It doesn't matter. So many ways for you to get involved here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. All right, the weather is warming up, and then you're outside. Maybe last night you're going, boy, we could really do something with our outdoor space. Here we go. You go to Aesthetic Design and Build and work with Dan and his team. Check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I have done that. Or you can check out their website, aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing. Really specialize on custom decks. Also, they can add on a pergola for you, even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and you can see it for yourself by going to aestheticdesignandbuild.com or by calling them at 636-532-5008. Check out that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and if you call them, let them know that I sent you their way. The number is 636-532-5008, or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. wanna dance again. No rhythm. No, I'm not a fool. Should have known better than a cheat event. A lot of wonderful Wham specials on Netflix, Doug. Have you watched any of them?
I have not. I've missed them all.
Is there really?
One on the Last Christmas. That was really good. And then one on...
A whole special on that?
Yeah, it was really good. I have to tell you, I went into it. It's me and my wife, like, on Christmas night. And I'm like, I'll watch it. And I go, pretty good.
Just showing how they made the song, how they recorded it and everything?
And how they did that song at the exact same moment. Was it Bob Geldof? Bob Geldof? Remember him, Martin?
Yes.
Was he in the Boomtown Rats? Or was
He
just a great
did
producer?
Live Aid, I think.
Yeah.
And then the Do They Know It's Christmas Time?
Yeah.
And George Michael and Wham felt like they needed to have a #1 Christmas song to really establish that they had dominated music in the 1980s. But then Do They Know It's Christmas came out, and it was #1. George Michael was a part of that as well. And then in 2024, it became #1 for the first time. How about that?
Last Christmas?
Last Christmas.
You hear it all the time by a bunch of different singers now.
Is Andrew Ridgely still with us?
Yes. And a
does
delight.
he speak?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And a delight. Couldn't be more delightful.
But they
as a
never
matter of fact.
dated, right? They just were musicians.
Like, do you think me and Jackson are dating?
It's none of my business.
May December
Correct answer.
romance.
I mean, just because two people make beautiful music together like Jackson and I did on Balloon Party doesn't mean they're dating.
Now
Now, we did.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that we would. We just did.
Well, marriage vows and such.
But as he said, it's not gay if he's cheating.
That's what those were all customized.
No, it's not cheating if it's gay.
That's
it's
correct.
one way or the other.
Yeah.
Those were customized marriage vows set on Sanibel Island in 2011 to the candidly the astonishment of my family.
I wonder what the best musical combo of people who were significant others is.
Well, that's a great question, and I have a better answer, and that's Boy George and his drummer with Culture Club.
We were talking about George Michael, and I was gonna say sometimes I confuse George Michael and Boy George.
That's offensive.
Yeah, to the British, but I need them to get out of my land, so I'm fine with it.
Okay,
There goes my
all
mic.
The Ting Tings, we've talked about them. They
Doug,
were
the Ting Ting.
They were together.
Okay.
Martin, did you know the Ting Tings?
Wow.
Did Paul McCartney and Linda Ronstadt make a lot of music?
They weren't married.
No.
They weren't an item.
They weren't?
Paul McCartney and Linda Ronstadt. Linda McCartney is a different
It was
Linda.
the love of his life.
She played the tambourine, I believe.
In Wings.
Who's Linda Ronstadt?
Sounds right.
Now, John
Who's
Lennon
Linda
and
Ronstadt. She did a wonderful song with Aaron Neville.
Were they dating?
I don't
She
think
might
so.
have dated Jackson Brown. In
Yeah,
the
they had a close
70s.
relationship with Jackson Brown and Glenn Fry.
Weren't Carly Simon and James Taylor, they were together, right?
James Taylor had them all.
Oh, did he?
He was like the chairman of the board.
But Carly Simon wrote Clouds in My Coffee about Warren Beatty,
That's
think.
correct. And he was with Madonna and Dick Tracy. Think about it.
This is like a VH1 behind the scenes.
Jackson brought it up by playing Careless Whisper. It's his fault. I was getting ready to break down the Kraken's power play.
Tribute to the 80s today. So I decided.
Is it?
Yeah, tribute to the 80s.
Accidental tribute to the 80s? Or
I kind of fell into it,
intentional?
but yeah, that's going to be the theme.
I was scribbling throughout the show. Topics covered from Sky Piggies. And then texters, favorite Dylans. People wrote in Corey Dillon. And then you mentioned foods you can't take on an airplane. People just started writing in crab salad.
Crab salad.
And then we had fads that Ed Herman talked about. People said, what about the Pokemon where you'd go to like the park
Pokemon Go.
and look for, and then somebody said the Live Strong bracelets by Lance Armstrong. Everybody had one of those.
Wordle? Would Wordle be a trend that everyone was doing for a while
Is it
there?
still going?
People still do it, but like posting on it on like Twitter or something. I feel like that was
Yeah, here's my Wordle score.
Morocco was in the top 5 countries.
Yeah, I was surprised
Kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, number 4.
And then the VLT prompted some people to write in, I like a good BLT. And then I started thinking about sandwiches, and also Ed Herman's talking about sandwiches.
So now you're hungry.
Mount Rushmore of BLTs and St. Louis Crown Candies, the George Washington. All right, what's
Then you go right to third after that. Yeah, that's number 1. Then you go down to third.
It's tough to really have a standout BLT unless you're like Crown Candy and put 2 pounds of bacon on there.
2 pounds of bacon.
You know, like if you have the fresh ingredients, you're good to go. It's bacon, lettuce, tomato.
I don't have a number 2 BLT. Doug?
Well, I don't really order that, but
Oh, I get it.
I don't know.
Oh, can you imagine eating a BLT with Doug? That is so bad for you.
Meat.
Oh, that's
Yikes.
the worst thing for you. Oh.
Wow. Processed meat.
That's how it works.
Have we got an update on Mom's Deli, anybody?
They served their last sandwich that was covered
On
by local
Sunday.
media. Yeah.
But so they're still looking for a new location, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess. Boy, I'm sure there's a lot of places love to have them.
Ideally, they'd want to stay in South City
You would think.
for the culture.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Wherever the money is where they'll go, probably.
Well, that's where the money is, too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Culture and the money.
The richest people in town live
No, they don't.
right at Chippewa and Donovan.
No.
That's correct. Look at
What
the
if you could
numbers.
put it right inside Francis Park?
Oh,
They did with
Bill.
Rockwell.
Yeah, I know that Rockwell. I was 20 years ahead of my time. I kept saying to Cousin John, you know what Francis Park needs is a bar right in the middle. He said, they'll never do that. And it took a long time.
Lo and behold.
Now there is a bar right in the middle of the park.
Rockwell.
Right by the tennis courts and the playground, eh?
They serve pizza pie, too.
It's a full-time standalone bar.
I don't know if it's year-round. It might be weather-dependent, but it's a Rockwell brewing vehicle.
Yeah. And they serve beer and pizza pie.
But Mom's right over there.
LeGrand's. Bring LeGrand's over.
Doug, try our moving into the spot Dado's was at.
Well, actions speak louder than word.
I think I can translate that for you, Doug.
All right, if you could.
Dado's was a little spot on Hampton, not far from the Salt and Smoke. They recently shut down. I think the Texters maybe imploring them to move into that
Right down from the Dairy Queen on the corner.
Brazier, right by DB Proud.
Brazier.
Yeah.
It is Brazier.
Hampton and Eichelberger.
Right, I've been there.
That's the second richest area in St. Louis.
I don't know that it is.
Look it up. St. Louis Country Club's relocating.
Okay.
They're going to buy DB.
It's overtaken Huntley and Ladue.
Yeah. Well, in
Yes.
sheer volume of money. you
Correct,
know.
in volume.
Probably not.
It's a little less land you get, but more money.
Okay.
Telling you.
For the love of God, Martin, it's You're So Vain, not clouds in my coffee. Won't be recruiting you for a trivia team. Show prep's your friend. And stop health shaming Doug. You come at him, you come at me. That's from Sharon and Sanibel / Clayton.
How about that?
She's
How'd that
on board with Doug's food shaming, and I use the refrain "clouds in my car." That is correct. You're so vain. Maybe you are, Sharon.
How about that?
Oh,
Well, I'm just saying.
Moms might be moving to Dado's right next to me. That's from the Southampton Barbershop. So this guy's the barber at the Southampton Barbershop.
oh, wouldn't that be nice?
We're getting primary sources.
Okay.
That's where Carson used to get his first haircuts.
that
That
right?
old barbershop right there.
How big is that place, Chairman, since you're familiar with it?
I never went, and I'm not good at guessing square footage, so I'm not going to put anything out there.
Okay. Do you know your north, south, east, and west?
Typically.
Okay. Is it south of Salt and Smoke or north on Hampton of Salt and Smoke? Toward DeBerg?
A little north.
Okay. All right.
Towards the corner. What's that?
That's Hampton and Eichelberger.
Eichelberg. Yes. Hampton. That's Conspiracy Corner, Jackson?
No, that's
That's not.
the corner of greatness right there, DB Cavaliers. If you're the Cavalier.
Why would it be the corner of greatness?
You ever hung out with people from DeBerg? Great people.
You try driving that little stretch when people are trying to get in that drive-through at Dairy Queen. It's not such a great corner.
Is it a poppin' corner?
Yeah,
The Dairy Queen's popping?
Yeah, it flows out and really messes with the traffic there.
Yeah, there's some tough egress out of there.
I used to cut your son's hair, Martin. That's from the Southampton Barbershop.
Is that
How about
right?
that?
I'll be darned.
We were always looking for a good barbershop, and I remember having lived down there. I lived on Walsh for a while, lived on Loran. So I said, we got to go. There's a good old-fashioned barbershop right there. Del Pietro's back in the day. That's where Salt and Smoke is.
I wanted to cut my boy's hair to save the $15 or $20, and they would not hear anything of it. They would throw tantrums if I said, "I got the clippers out. Let's cut." No,
That's kind of every kid's nightmare. Is the parents
I
saying,
guess.
"Cut your hair."
Jackson was sobbing while leaving the Mizzou bar last Saturday. I spotted him grabbing his Frank Haith body pillow from the trunk for his ride home. He chucked his car keys to his lady friend, making her drive. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider. Is this this is like we have like a TMZ for TMA?
I was leaving that Rays and Sular is what it's called.
And you were weeping with a Frank Haith body pillow?
I wasn't weeping. Me and my girlfriend just left. And
you were mad as a hornet because Missouri lost. Too many turnovers.
Wasn't happy. But I saw somebody said, "Oh, that was rough, Jackson." I go, "Oh, brutal."
The TMA Reddit Insider.
I guess. Yeah, I did. Someone did give me some love, but
Where'd you get the cuddle pillow, guy?
the body pillow.
Yeah.
if you were going to invest in a body pillow of former Missouri coaches, why would you pick the shortest one? You know, no offense.
I think that's offensive, but
wouldn't you rather have like Kim Anderson or Konzo, who are north
body
of 6'5"?
wouldn't fit on the bed.
You've really thought this through.
But
Kim
like
Anderson's
just
like
from a
6'10"
logic,
or something.
I know, just from a logic standpoint,
The pillow wouldn't fit on the bed. It'd take more stuffing.
You'd have to fold it up.
Okay, I don't know what kind of.
But I don't
pillows
own
you've
a
got.
body pillow in general.
I think short guys cuddle better.
Thank you.
Put a pole out, maybe. Maybe we could put a gal pole out. Do you
can do
prefer
that.
to cuddle with a short or taller guy?
Yeah, send that out.
At 101 ESPN.
Yeah, see if it gains any traction
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Yeah. Push notification on that one.
Jackson, what would somebody like to tell us about?
Oh, Martin has an event coming up.
Yeah, he does.
I'm reading about You're So Vain, whether it's clouds in my coffee.
This is your chance to go
clouds
after
in my
Sharon.
coffee.
Like if there's a parentheses, like secondary name, because sometimes they'll do that with a
I'm
song.
knee deep. Not only the name of the song is "You're So Vain," 1972, Carly Simon, but then somebody said it's not clouds in my coffee, it's grounds in my coffee. So then I just
Really?
That can't be right.
and I am correct. I had some dreams. They were clouds in my coffee, and then she says it again: clouds in my coffee.
Yeah, that
okay,
makes more sense.
Texter, I'm sorry. You're going to have to eat some Carly Simon, okay?
Blocking.
There it is.
Eat some coffee grounds.
Why would it be grounds in my coffee? It's clouds. Also on March 15th, we got a great night at the Frontenac Hilton. Marshall Falk, fresh off taking a job working for Coach Prime. How about that? He's going to be working at the college game in Colorado. But so many great stories to tell over the years growing up in a rough neighborhood in New Orleans, making it all the way to Canton, along with Jackie Smith, another Louisiana guy, came to St. Louis and achieved football stardom. Those two together, that's the football panel discussion all the time. We'll be raising money for our veterans. It's March 15th, Frontenac Hilton. For tickets, if you've got a group or a company, bring the whole table, 573-517-5132, 517-5132, Frontenac Hilton. Raising money for our veterans put on by our friends down at Perryville who have the Missouri's National Veterans Memorial. Really cool spot. Did a replica wall of the Vietnam Wall. It's unbelievable. The folks from Washington, D.C. came to check it out and were blown away how it's an exact replica. They honor all veterans at that memorial, and once a year they have an event in St. Louis raising money. Join us March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton.
Martin Shrimply Pibbles has sent in a picture of his wife. He says she's modeling. Doug is always skeptical when listeners start sending in pictures of their wives.
Yeah. It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Well, hell, it is. Is this one of those?
I don't know. I don't know what their financial situation is. So I can't
just
speak
assume
to it.
that they are.
She appears to have some kind of Caucasian descent, but as far as the net worth of the Pibbles family, I can't speak to it.
Okay.
Maybe Mark Hanna, sponsor of the Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, would want to comment and maybe send in some of their financials. I don't know.
He would know if anyone does.
I know, but I don't know if there's some kind of agreement that they have that he can't text it into radio shows or not. I don't know. I don't know what the policy is, but I do know he is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreen.stl.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he is somebody I have gotten to know over the last 8 years now. Hard to believe. I've known him for 8 years, but I think the world of him. And Mark's message to our audience is the following. Even if you don't go with him as a financial advisor, make sure you have a financial advisor. I would like to second that, even though that is not my background. What I wouldn't do to go back to right when I'm leaving the University of Missouri and make sure I have a financial advisor. It makes so much difference. And then it makes an even bigger difference if you're working with somebody the caliber of Mark Hanna. His number is 314-889-0503. He's the kind of person that when you get off the phone with him, you'll feel better about the world. You'll certainly feel better about your situation because now you have a better understanding of where you are, and he customizes the plan to your goals. Online at evergreenstl.com, or you can call 314-889-0503. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Herman Kurt with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne exiting at 10 o'clock. Before he does, Martin, would you like a guessing game here? Because Jackson has Buster Olney's top 10 MLB position players. Today's ranking, center field. I think the Cardinals might be safe at the moment in not having anybody.
Like knocking on the door, maybe?
In the top 10.
Aaron Judge has got to be the number one center fielder.
Well, it depends on what position you're putting him at, and I will just let you know that Buster Olney does not put him at that position.
Oh.
And Mookie Betts plays right these days.
He's been doing some shortstopping.
Shortstop, second base. I never know where position he's playing.
He's a good one to draft if you're in the TMA Fantasy Baseball League. Doug always seems to get him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Doug, you want to begin your guessing game process?
Well, you didn't like Aaron Judge. He played center field last year.
I enjoy him. He seems like a gentleman, but he is not ranked because he's not putting him in center field.
Okay.
I bet you're going to get one of the top 3. So I am shorting your market.
Soto's not going to play center for the Mets, is he?
He is not
right field.
Okay.
RF 9.
Yeah. Betts is now going to be a shortstop, I think.
As a matter of fact, I don't know if you would get more than one of the top 5.
I probably wouldn't.
Boomer Kingsley.
The big hitters are on the corners now. Can I have initials, please? Of
You're not even going to give. Well, you're not even going to be able to put one puck on net.
Is Jackson Churio a center fielder?
No, I'm sorry.
Son of a.
Yeah, where's Trout playing these? Did he move, right?
He's RF.
So he is not a center fielder. That's part of the problem.
Yelich is not a center fielder.
When you look at this list, it's kind of alarming.
Yeah.
Is that why you sent this over, Jackson? I mean, it's really...
Anytime Doug gets ready to fire up a guessing game, it's must listen to radio.
Give me the initials of number 1.
J.R.
Oh, Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy Rollins is number 1?
Yeah, he came back, and they wanted to put him in center at 47 years old.
Is it Joe Rigoni?
Nope.
Joe Rigoni.
Julio Gutierrez?
Nope.
No?
Because that just is a different letter.
George Gaucho.
The different letter they got through.
You said JG, right?
JR.
JR. Did you say JR?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different.
Is Tommy Edman on the list?
Don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
Martin Tommy Edman is in others receiving votes. He's in others receiving votes.
Along with his Cardinal buddies.
Do you think
Juan Randleman.
Can you name 10 center fielders in general?
I don't think so. No.
It's a startling list.
It really
Second
is.
letter, first name.
You.
Junior Spivey.
Did he get a fair chance with the Cardinals?
Never did.
Ramos is number 1. Third letter.
L.
Oh, Julio Gonzalez.
Again, we have a letter issue.
Oh, it's Julio Rodriguez.
Yes.
Yes, that was easy. Yes, too easy.
That was easy.
I love Doug. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
Oh, okay.
Number 2.
Initials, please.
JM.
JM, Jim Moore.
Nope.
I played high school ball
This
with
one
him.
you
I didn't
would. I
realize
think
he
you
was
would know this one.
Jim Moore.
I'm shorting the market all day long. I mean, after we had enough problems with
Stay on the
How about
coast.
the Padres guy, Jackson?
Yes! All right. Well, you're kind of on a heater now.
No shot on number 3.
Don't think so?
Number 3,
No.
initials, please.
MH.
Manny Herman. Manny Herman?
Locking in that trade.
MH. Miles Herman's son.
Michael Hellman.
Michael Hellman is number
Friend of
3.
the show.
We don't
Nearly
know if he's going to
DFA'd
make
by the
club.
Twins, then acquired by the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Now third best center fielder in the game.
Likes to say MIZ under duress.
Second letter, please.
I.
M-I. Mike. It's Mike Henry. Mike Henry? I wouldn't have placed him that high.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Okay. Third letter, please.
C.
C. Michael. Tucker. No, not Michael. What did you say the last name started with?
H.
Oh, it's okay. It's Michael Ham. Michael Ham. I wouldn't have rated him that high, but, this is an expert.
Well, it's not him, so you're fine.
Fourth letter, first name, please.
H.
So it is Michael. So I'm there. That was easy. Michael, second letter, last name.
A.
H-A. Michael Hammer.
You're not a baseball guy.
Michael Hammer?
No.
Michael, the third letter, please.
R.
Oh, Michael Harris.
Yes!
Sure, that was easy. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
These are too easy.
Number 4,
No,
I think I could give you all the 10 o'clock hour. I don't think you'd get it. I wouldn't have gotten this.
I've never even heard of this guy.
I think I had him on my fantasy team, and that's the only reason why.
The team he plays for strikes me as why is he in the top 5 of center fielders?
Well, initials, please.
BD.
BD. Bo Diddley?
Bo Diddley.
It's not Bo Diddley.
Bill Duran.
Bill Duran. Bombo DiMarchea.
Bill Doran was with the Astros.
Yeah, left-handed hitting second baseman.
And he paired with Dickie Thon to form a wonderful 4-6-3 with, was it Phil Garner at first base?
So. Dickie Thon got hit
and
right
then
in
Alan
the face.
Ashby
was Enos Cabell over at first?
I've got a landing strip.
Dickie Thon got hit right in the face with a fastball.
Yeah, he did.
Rob Ray did too.
Where are we with this? What were the letters
BD.
again? BD. And the second letter of the first name?
R.
Brian Doyle.
You got the last.
I did.
Yes.
Brent Doyle. Oh,
really close.
Brianna Doyle. Third letter, please.
E.
Oh, Bree Doyle. Bree Doyle.
This is the 4th best center fielder in the game.
Fourth letter,
the gentleman
please.
has the last name and the first 3 initials of the first and still can't.
Brendan Doyle.
No.
Brandon Doyle. What's the 4th letter, please?
And
Brendan. It's not Brendamer. Brendamer Doyle? I hadn't heard that name.
Brindamore. Jackson thinks he's attractive along with Lindsey Ruff.
In the opening period.
5th letter, please, of the first name.
T.
Brenton. Brent Doyle. Brent Doyle? Brenton Doyle.
Yes!
Okay, that was so easy.
You're Benita. They were saying 5th.
Brenton Doyle? Who the hell does he play for? Who is Brenton Doyle?
He's the center fielder for the Rockies. He's the 4th best center fielder in the game, according to Buster Olney this morning.
I should know.
So what I think you're pointing out, Tim, is these center fielders in baseball are not exactly household names.
Number 5 is from the Pirates.
Oh, sure, the Buccos, yeah.
He stands, 6'11".
He does?
He's really tall.
Okay.
O'Neill Cruz.
O'Neill, he was a shortstop.
I was about to say, you're going to get thrown off.
There's a lot of that going on where they're moving them all over the place.
So, Doug, the point being the center field position has gone from powerhouse to...
Now, I guess it's a defensive position.
No Cardinals listed, by the way, for honorable mention outside of former Cardinal Tommy Edman.
It's a tough list to crack. I mean, you got to keep that in mind.
Thank you. You're exactly
I bet O'Neill Cruz will be a hell of a center fielder.
He's got a bit of an arm.
His arm, and as fast as he is,
Martin, you got to bolt like the wind. Doug's going to do the second half of the list. The entire 10
I'll be tuning in. Onboarding in one ear, Doug in the other.
Emails the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Seattle Kraken, and it's right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. That puck drops at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Eddie Grant. I'm going to go 82 because it gets me 81 and 83. I don't think it was 84, but this is officially the jam.
Is it?
This is actually the remastered version, so it's telling me 2024. We know that's obviously not the case.
What was your pick?
82 because it gets me 81 and 83.
82.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cardinals played this when they won the World Series.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they played cool in the gang. Doug, Cardinals in action. They're over in Dunedin today.
Dunedin play the Blue Jays?
That's exactly right. Max Scherzer versus Quinn Matthews. How about that matchup? Cardinal lineup, Victor Scott, friend of the program, the originator of Youngry Birds 2025. Get on board as they shock the world.
Okay.
Youngry Birds.
You think they'll shock the world today with a win over Toronto?
I would imagine most of the guys in the starting lineup will be on the range by the third inning.
Right. They refuse to drive over the length of the state to get to Tampa. That's the Tampa area.
Well, there really aren't many veterans left on the team. Nolan Arenado did not make the trip. Alec Burleson is batting second, playing first. Newt Barr batting third, playing center field. Nolan Gorman is playing second base and hitting cleanup. Pages, Pete Page is at catcher and batting fifth. Sagasi playing third, batting sixth. J.J. Weatherholt, friend of the program, DHing home run. He's going to be out there, Doug. And Jose Fermin at short, Nathan Church and right. Quinn Matthews, your starting pitcher. Cardinals and Blue Jays, 12:07 p.m. in Dunedin, Florida today.
I don't think any of their games have been on TV yet, have they?
No,
Sunday.
I didn't see
Alexa Dat was on the call.
Oh, I missed it.
The only one that wasn't, I think, was the first game. That was only on the radio, I think.
That's correct, because the Marlins chose not to televise it, and the home team has the right to decide whether or not to televise it.
They don't want anyone seeing the games?
Marlins feel like it's better for business to not show the team.
Okay. Yeah, well, I missed the Sunday telecast.
So
Sorry
Quinn
that
Matthews and J.J. Weatherholt get to go up against Max Scherzer. How about that?
Okay.
Hopefully a little before and after, you know. One career winding down, another just ramping up.
Couple just ramping up, ideally.
Pearl necklaces and all. Nobody's wearing it.
Yeah, that's offensive.
What? He wears a pearl necklace?
Wouldn't you be afraid that you're going to slide maybe and break the necklace?
He's a pitcher, Doug.
Yeah, but you still can fall. You can still dive. Remember Chris Carpenter diving to first base?
I don't think Chris Carpenter would have had a pearl necklace on.
No, I don't think so.
That would have been interesting. Guys wear chains that are way more expensive than a pearl necklace out there.
Yeah, and I still don't get that either.
Let's get you a couple chains, a couple Cuban links.
I need a chain.
I think it'd be great.
No.
Hair transplant.
Yes.
Chains.
No.
Cuban links, and then a BBL.
Yesterday's game wasn't on TV, Libby Jack. Get your facts straight. That's from Mr. Bojangles.
Okay.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Couldn't be sorrier.
Because I looked.
Mr.
I looked for it.
Bojangles. Man, I love being able to just go to Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
They're all there.
But I have to pay an absurd early termination fee to get rid of my DirecTV.
Oh, really?
Absurd.
Because your contract probably ends at the end of the year.
I don't even know about the contract. It's so ham and egg. It's such a scam.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the poor guy who was when I called to cancel, I mean, he had to, I think they're told you have to ask them 10 times, are you sure? Yeah. And they say, well, you got an early termination fee. I don't care. It doesn't matter. There's not a thing you're going to be able to say to keep me. I'm gone. I understand that your employer, that your superior has told you must do this. However, I will not be participating. We're ending this relationship. I don't care. You want to use your hand? That's fine. I don't care. We're ending this relationship.
All right.
It's over. And now I just go to Amazon Prime. I'm using my YouTube TV, and I got the Blues and Kraken tonight, and I got the Cardinals and Blue Jays today.
Yep.
Win-win. How do you do?
Tigers on YouTube TV.
Fight, Tiger.
Probably an SEC
Beat
network.
Gamecock.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, they have eliminated those cancellation fees on cell phones, right? Then they make those contracts illegal to charge.
Oh, is that right? ETF?
I think so.
I know that the FTC talked about it has to now be just as easy to cancel subscription as it was to sign up. Not the whole wild goose chase they sometimes send you on when you want to cancel something.
Yeah.
I've run into a couple issues with that with publications, and it's a real pain in the ass. So thank God. And then they start offering you, they're like, "We'll give it to you for $1 a month for 6 months." It's like, no, I simply do not want it.
No,
I do not want it.
Nothing. That's what I said to the guy.
Yeah.
I said, I appreciate it. Nothing you can do. Well, it's going to be this much for the ETF. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but I'm not even going to spend an ounce of energy on the absurdity of this deal. I'm going to put the bullet in your head, and then I'm going to move on with my day till I see that thing hit my account and go on tilt. But for now, we're moving on.
Right.
So then I just go to the Amazon Prime app, and then I can watch the Blues and Cardinals.
Right.
And I keep my YouTube TV, and I've parted ways DirecTV. And I had no problem with DirecTV. I had no issues with DirecTV. It's just I don't need to be paying for 2 services just so I can watch the Cardinals and Blues.
Right. And then you're paying for so many channels that you so seldom watch, if ever.
That's exactly right. I think about getting rid of YouTube TV because everything's on apps.
Yeah, but having it all in one place like that, like you can just switch
I
around.
agree with
and the
you.
multi-view thing is pretty top tier for college football, college hoops. Pretty good stuff there. And then if you want to get the NFL Red Zone or Sunday Ticket package, you have to have YouTube TV, which is a real kick in the ass because that's expensive. Boy, howdy. But it's good stuff.
Oh, is it?
I like watching on YouTube TV.
Okay.
Yeah, big fan.
As long as your Wi-Fi holds out.
Except this is how it will happen tonight. Missouri game, the game before it will go long.
Oh, Tigers. Gamecocks. Oh, Tigers. Gamecocks. Go fight, win.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
The game before it will run long, and you have to go to the ESPN app. The ESPN app will sign you out and you have to sign back. By the time you get it all straight, the game's back on regular TV. We got to have 2 hours and a half college basketball window. The 2-hour window just never works out.
No, it doesn't.
Or quick calling ticky-tack fouls. Let the boys play.
Oh, wow.
This guy's loaded for bear today.
It really is.
In the last 8 minutes of any SEC college basketball games, the refs just get so tight. They're
Now,
calling
calm
fouls.
down.
They're calling fouls before they even happen. They're just anticipating contact. Let the boys play. These are just big boy basketball.
Gosh.
Tim, you can come watch TV at my place. We have a myriad of large screens around the house.
Let's say myriad.
Our basement is kept at a cool 65 all year, kind of like a cave, and then a smiley face emoji. That's the veiled prophet.
Are you tempted?
I'm interested.
Are you?
I'm
interested.
You guys mounting your TVs, or are they on like TV
Do
stands?
you ever mount your TV?
I do. Yeah, I mount them.
Yeah, but I don't know where they put the wires. The wires are always askew
behind the wall.
I know. Mine's not set up that way.
Guys, cell phones just changed the way they bill it. You used to get, quote, free phones that you were paying for, and they were subsidizing over a 2-year contract, but now you pay a monthly payment toward your device to get them paid for that phone. And if you leave early, you give them the phone back or have to pay the remainder of the phone fee. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
I bet they work at AT&T.
Well, it figures that you have to buy the phone. You're going to have to pay for the phone. I don't think anybody argues about that.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can't just say, sure, I'll take the phone, charge me monthly, and then cancel the contract and keep their phone.
Sounds like you're ready to fight Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that kind of makes sense what the phone companies are doing. It also makes sense if you have a garage door problem to call Schaefer Door.
Nah, Jason Gossrow.
Right. The door goes up, the door goes down.
Gossrow.
Throw that one on the end.
Wow, Gossrow. That's what you're going to be saying when your garage door works as well as mine. You know what I think you should do? Because sometimes a garage door will break it. It'll malfunction, something will go wrong, and you won't know who to call because it hadn't ever gone bad before.
That's the deal.
So get a little Post-it note or a piece of paper and write Schaefer Door on it, and then tape it right up there next to your garage door opener. So when something goes wrong, you'll say, I know where to go. I go to Schaefer Door. I'm going to go to SchaeferDoor.com or call them. Here's the number, 636-782-3608. They have the fastest response times in the business. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installations with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and they specialize in that Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, when they go bad, it usually happens to be over the weekend, and Schaefer Door has staff ready to go on Monday morning to help you out if that happens. happens. Also, if you run a business or a warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Their business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you actually talk to a person when you call them on the phone, and their service techs are not commission-based. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
There you go. Schaefer Door sponsor the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. Then BK and Ferrario follow us. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the Michelob Ultra TMA STL YouTube chat. This is Jackson's 1980s theme today on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Doug, check this out. 22525.
That's where we are, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This song's ahead of its time.
Why?
Eurythmics. Annie Lennox, Dave Stewart. She had the short red hair crooked.
She did. This was a big hit. You still hear it frequently.
Yeah, this song rocks. Tribute to the 80s.
From Jackson Burkett, child of the 80s. Born in 1998.
Right, but still child of the 80s.
That's exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the morning after. We got that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:50. And then we will turn it over to BK and Ferrari. You can always go back and listen via the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. 2 different apps to download. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, sponsor of the apps. EDF, sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Mittens. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property, and that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Doug, you want to say to Hawkins for the 10 o'clock hour? I got three different topics.
Yeah, why not? Okay.
Topic number 1. Another thing could be moving out of downtown St. Louis to Clayton. Topic 2. Another fad by Gen Z that is upsetting their older cohorts.
Okay.
And topic, did I say topic 2? This is topic 3. A new series debuting today on Netflix.
Well, I'm more interested in the first two for sure. Who's moving to Clayton now?
All right, and I read from the St. Louis Business Journal. The Food Festival Taste of St. Louis is eyeing a move from downtown St. Louis to Clayton. Festival organizers this morning are set to present the Clayton Board of Aldermen seeking to hold the event in Clayton's downtown from August 15th to the 17th. The presentation posted online says organizers would seek to utilize services from Clayton. A map included in the presentation shows that it's seeking to close North Brentwood Boulevard north of Forsyth between Brentwood and South Merrimack Avenue, and Merrimack between Forsyth and Carondelet Avenue. Jackson, I have never been to Clayton. Is that a good spot?
Yeah. A little region right there.
Chuck Justice. Doug, do you know Chuck Justice?
I don't know Chuck.
I like the name.
Yeah.
Chuck Justice, a co-director for this event, told St. Louis Magazine that the layout will afford the festival more room than its previous home at Ballpark Village, and that Clayton's more central location will be attractive to attendees. He did not say that people going downtown were fearing for their lives. He did not say that.
They left that out. Got edited out.
Right. To me, it's moving the event closer to the population center of the greater St. Louis area, he told the publication.
Well, I guess that part is true. I don't imagine that's why they're doing it, but it's true. It's sad to see something else. I also saw Wave Tacos moving out of downtown.
Oh, is that right? That's where we had all those sand volleyball tournaments.
Going to Top Shooters.
Going to Columbia, Illinois.
Is that right? That had a great run, though.
Yeah, 15 years, it said.
15 years, yeah. We started going over there. I was living on Grace Lofts in 2009, and it was like a 2-block walk to the north, and we would hold events there. And one time, and I don't know if the Dallas Stars, the St. Louis Blues, or the Tampa Bay Lightning are aware of this, but future Vezina winner Ben Bishop was a judge for our Girl Next Door contest at Wave Taco.
He was a good sport.
That's where Mr. Merriweather, I think, made his...
That is correct.
Rudy played topless volleyball.
Yes, he did. He also received a suntan with bronzer there. So we've got a lot of great history on this show.
A lot of memories.
So that's going away, and so is Taste of St. Louis. That's going to Clayton.
The same with the Annie Malone Parade. That's gone now, too. Is there going to be anything left but the Cardinals?
Blues, Doggies, Battlehawks.
Yeah, it's sad to see. Sad to see.
The Arch?
Yeah, maybe this project where they're tearing down the
spaghetti
Millennium
factory?
Hotel, that's still there. Or maybe this Millennium Hotel project will jumpstart some progress down there.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What about Old Spaghetti Factory? You didn't even comment on that.
I know it's there. I've never eaten there.
We're going
Sorry.
for lunch today?
It was
a nice
kind of
base of pasta at noon?
It was kind of across the street, right, from where our first station was.
Where you at on lunch pasta?
You know, I don't mind. If I'm hungry, it doesn't matter.
Kind of aggressive. A lot of carbs.
At least you got much of the day to walk it off.
Yeah, it could be okay.
The show me's that you guys would give away the prizes for the wing and fry party. Is that still going down there?
I don't know. I don't hang out at the landing as often as I should.
Not when you're finished at KMOV, you don't go over to show
I
me's?
don't work there anymore.
What's better, lunch pasta or lunch wing and fry party?
Lunch pasta.
Okay. Well, if it's an Alfredo.
Why would you be down on pasta for lunch?
It just seems like a heavy lunch.
Maybe you don't eat so much.
Fair.
Pro tip. Christopher Cross is coming to Riverport on August 5th. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Riverport.
He said pro tip? It's not pro tip.
It hasn't been called Riverport in, what, in 20 years?
I think it's a great pro tip, and I'm excited to see it. Mount Rushmore of Christopher Cross songs go.
Oh,
This is Jackson's 80s tribute day.
Arthur? Didn't he do the theme for Arthur?
Yeah, that's If You Get Caught Between the Moon and New York City. The theme from Arthur.
Is this the guy who wore his clothes backwards?
That's the rap group that Mac Daddy and of course his friend the Daddy Mac.
Love circus of all.
That's correct. Think of Laura in Ride Like the Wind. There's your Mount Rushmore of Christopher Cross songs. I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with returning with the opening riff from Sailing, and it's going to put everybody in the 101 ESPN audience in a great place.
He didn't look like what you thought he would look like because he was a big, husky brute of a guy, and he sang with this high tenor voice. But he had some big hits, that's for sure.
Is that Yacht Rock?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is considered Yacht Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Patrick's is still rolling, Doug.
And that's on
from
the
Stephen
landing?
Wildwood.
That's on the landing?
Got a great burger.
All right.
Just go ahead and move the arch over the Blanchette Bridge. That's from Thanks, comma, Dad.
Could be coming. It's going to be hard to move it, though. Hard to move it.
I think Festus is in the running with the representation as shown on this show.
One leg of the arch in Festus and the other in Crystal City.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world.
Email it morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat.
You like this, Doug?
Yeah, this is a nice song.
It's settling in.
Yeah, yacht rock I do enjoy.
You get settled in like this at 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they play this. I could see them playing this at 100 West Dental. It's on Manchester.
When you're getting a root canal or something?
And
might settle your nerves.
Well, they built brand new office with the most modern of technology with the patient experience front of mind. One of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. They are online at 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. A very procedure-specific approach to dentistry. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental. They have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off in Invisalign. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com, 100westdental.com. Or call 636-585-0100. Doug, Gen Z is now ghosting people, and it's causing problems. This is from Jackson's dossier, which is brought to you by Stiefel. While it's long been known that employers are ghosting job applicants during the hiring process, job seekers are also doing their fair share of disappearing during the job hunt. Newsweek spoke to 4 experts about what's behind this trend. A new report from Number Barn.
Oh, I like that. There is no more credible source in America than Number Barn.
Wants to be Number Barn in the text inbox. Showed the extent to which applicants were in turn ghosting potential employers and found this was especially common among younger generations. Roughly 41% of Gen Z job seekers admitted to ghosting a potential employer, while 37% of millennials said the same. Why does this matter? Doug, you might wonder why this matters.
No, I think I know why they do that. They do this.
Oh, it says why it matters.
Oh.
What is your theory as to why they do it?
They don't want the job, but they have to apply for so many jobs to remain on unemployment.
Jackson, what do you think about that? Jackson's irritated by that answer. You think that's right?
I think that they're, like, if they don't get the job or don't want it, instead of doing a formal, hey, appreciate it, but I'm going to go somewhere else, they just say nothing and assume that will suffice.
Well,
when that's not really right, in my opinion. You know, never hurts to reach out.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like a blanket statement. Never hurts to reach out. If you're out there today, reach out.
Thanks anyway. Yeah.
Right. But I think it's the overall ghosting is like, I had a question there, like, is that the biggest social faux pas in 2025?
Sometimes you get so buried in emails, you didn't mean to ghost somebody, you just didn't see it, or you didn't have an hour to go through all your emails.
Yeah, it's tough. And sometimes, like, you're finally, like, unwinding for the day. It's 9 o'clock, and someone sends you some text about something. You're like, I don't really, like, want to stare at my phone for another 5 minutes.
You taking a shot at me?
No, because I just
took a shot at me.
I just usually just like your message. But
nobody takes shots at Tim around here.
Thank you.
The like, love, emphasize thing that Apple does is a real game changer when it comes to responding to text. Because it's like, I saw you, I read you, but I'm not necessarily going to type out a response.
Right.
Yeah, it's a real.
You're done talking.
It's a real game changer.
Okay.
Because you don't have to ghost people. But people are ghosting. And is there a bigger social... what was the equivalent... This is a tribute to the 80s. What was the equivalent of ghosting somebody?
Not getting a call back.
Yeah.
Phone call back.
Giving somebody a fake phone number? You guys ever pull that move?
Do that. But it was...
I've had it pulled on me.
It wasn't uncommon to not get somebody's call.
2 days ago at the White Castle drive-thru off Manchester, right there by 100 West Dental, actually.
Toe tapping?
No, it used to be if you weren't there right by your phone, you missed a call.
Right.
And then you were doomed.
Answering machine, right?
Thank you.
Well, then the answering machine kind of helped.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid, there was no answering machines either.
Did you ever rock a pager? You have a pager on your...
I had a Channel 4 pager for a while, yeah.
That doesn't seem like a great time in American history.
The pager season?
Well, you get paged, then you have to go find a payphone, call the number.
That's all people knew at the time. So
yeah, I guess.
They thought that was, really
have to have a lot
up in the world.
I feel like the pager guy was really happy to have that, kind of like the guy when the Bluetooth headsets first came around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really proud to wear those things.
Did you have to have a lot of loose change in your pockets at all times?
Yeah, for phone calls, yeah.
Yeah,
put some change in your pocket.
Bad beat. I hate loose change in my pockets.
DJ Patty Cake says Gen Z doesn't have the mental capacity to have difficult conversations and or have never been taught proper edict.
Okay. That's a nice blanket statement for a group of millions of people.
Well,
Doug ghosted me after we hooked up at Biggie's. That's from the River to Perry Yacht Captain. Would you have one of those Davy specials?
I've not been to Biggie's. I need to go.
Yeah, you need to go.
Never been ever?
No.
Oh, it's great. Steak Sammy.
Oh, yeah, Bill. You can get waffle fries.
Oh, really?
Pizza's very good. At David Price, he doesn't mess around, eh?
Yeah. You can just watch people get takeout like Chairman Steve, listener of the year.
Sit on the other side of the street. You sit, you park, and you watch them come out with the bags of food. Odd.
Wonder what they ordered.
We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments. The program is called TMA. They're active in that YouTube chat. That YouTube chat now sponsored by Michelob Ultra. Welcome aboard. Not surprising, it looks hot in the studio with Tim sitting there. That's from MD 2020.
It is hot.
That's why they have brought it. Can you see all the things that have been brought in?
Right over Chairman's head.
Somebody said it was like a hamster cage back here with little tubes to go gerbling in.
I don't know what's happening.
It's like an elephant trunk.
It's blowing right on me, though. It's really nice.
Feel good?
Oh, my gosh.
It's not making its way over to this region. I think I'm in the
cute
northeast cute corner. Stiefel passed on at Schaefer Door Company. He did purchase it. Smart move there by Jason Gosrow. All right, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Green Bay Packers have submitted a rule proposal to ban the tush-push quarterback sneak. Troy Vincent, the NFL's executive VP of football operations, told reporters at the scouting combine on Monday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Londoff.com, Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Matter of moments. What a showdown here with the JV golf coach and Buck Swope tied, but some great emailers still lurking, and 4 more Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day for the month of February before we turn the page to the month of March and start talking about the tournament, start talking about the Cardinals and the Twins, start talking about the players in the 17th hole, the Island Green. Okay. Johnny, that's better than most. How about in? That is better than most. Better than most. Better than most. Gary Koch, 2000.
I don't know the years, Tim.
1 players?
Crowdsourcing golf question, Tim, because I lost a heated battle with my buddy about this.
Sweet Kai?
Nah.
Private Citizen Pete?
MPK. Did they move the players to March when they changed the PGA Championship from August to May?
That's right.
Okay. Because I always remembered it being in May. So I argued with my buddy that it was in May, and then he was like, no, it's in March. So
it is.
It is.
And that started, I believe, in 2019.
Right after the final PGA Championship in August in our St. Louis, Missouri region.
In our St. Louis, Missouri region.
Well, that's a good way to put it.
Something funny.
Our St. Louis, Missouri region. Yeah, that's what we are.
The new Netflix series I deep teased, Season 3 of Full Swing, debuting today, Doug. I'll be locked in on that.
Okay. That's a
I don't know, it's only 7 episodes.
It's a weird number. Can
we do 8? And I mean, really, why don't we do 10? And one of them's on Neil Shipley? I mean, all due respect.
There's a whole episode on Neil Shipley?
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing?
And that's one of the 7?
A little concerned.
I saw the Scotty thing in the trailer.
Yeah, when he got arrested at the PGA.
Very interested in that.
Yeah. The President's Cup. That was an episode.
Yeah, that I'm interested in.
Tom Kim trying to send a message, I guess. So, Doug, I'll be watching that tonight.
Okay.
Along with the Blues and Kraken. And maybe I'll lay a small taste on Missouri minus 13.5, but not the number I wanted to.
Down to 12.5.
Oh, we're moving lines.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
12.5.
Mentality moves testosterone levels. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially putting on belly fat, these are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. I've gotten treated there, or I've gotten tested there, I should say, and got my free testosterone levels. Many doctors overlook that. Mentality does not, and that ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is to your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It's Mentality. Doug?
Yeah.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Okay, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready for it.
Morn, here's another question for Jackson's Arsenal. As we navigate an era where sports franchises
I already like to start.
Are no longer merely teams, but carefully curated intellectual properties. Each interaction with the fan base meticulously designed to maximize engagement metrics and drive virality.
Viral sports franchises.
Have we reached a point where fandom itself has become an aesthetic experience rather than an organic emotional connection? Are we still watching sports, or are we simply consuming them algorithmically fed highlight reels?
Oh, this is good stuff. I mean, it's a little similar.
Word salad.
Well, it's similar to what he said yesterday. Like some variation.
And micro-targeted narratives designed to elicit just the right level of nostalgia and outrage to keep us engaged. And in the same way that
here's a pop culture reference. I can smell it.
That Wes Anderson meticulously arranges his frames.
True.
Imbuing. Doug, how do you pronounce that word?
Imbuing.
I've never seen it before. I don't think.
Imbuing.
You guys familiar with that one?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
imbuing each shot with a heightened sense of artifice and control. Modern sports franchises followed suit, crafting not just teams.
Okay, that's enough.
I really like that one.
Yeah, let him go, Doug.
I like that one.
But entire cinematic universes of branded content and hyper-stylized storytelling. Is the contemporary fan more of an active participant in their team's legacy, or have they become?
This is good.
Is it just a yes or no answer they're looking for here?
Wow.
An unwitting extra in a broader production where the illusion of agency is carefully maintained but never truly granted. Today's lick shooter, that's from Mr. Licks.
That's a great question.
Mr. Lick. It wasn't a great question. It was nonsense.
He's trying to be funny, but it's actually
It wasn't nonsense. If you followed along, it actually made sense.
It didn't.
We flash back to June of 2007. The Cardinals were languishing behind the Brewers and went out and acquired 20-game loser Mike Maroth. That is true. The Blues had 3 first-round picks in the NHL entry draft, selecting Lars Eller, Ian Cole, and David Perron. The San Antonio Spurs swept LeBron's Cavs with Tony Parker winning Finals MVP. Angel Cabrera held off Tiger Woods to win the U.S. Open at Oakmont. Dan Caesar reported that Tim McKernan appears to be done grinding with Bob Fesco. But I think the lead is that in a men's room at the Minneapolis St. Paul airport, a U.S. Senator named Larry Craig was arrested by an undercover cop on suspicion of disorderly conduct. The nature of the alleged activity has been categorized by some as cottaging. Doug, you ever heard the term cottaging?
No, I haven't.
I like that.
Cottaging is a slang term originating from the UK referring to anonymous sex between men in a public lavatory. DBA, a cottage, or cruising for sexual partners with the intention of having sex elsewhere. According to the police report, is that a new report? The police officer sat in a bathroom stall as part of an undercover operation investigating complaints of sexual activity in the restroom.
Worst job in all of law enforcement. Sit there on the toilet all day and hope someone taps with a wide base.
Likes to be so asleep.
That's your job.
Likes to be so asleep.
Went to the police academy and FBI academy, all that. After about 13 minutes of sitting in the stall, the police officer observed Craig lingering outside and frequently peeking through the crack of the door of the stall. Craig then entered the stall to the left of the officer's stall. Craig tapped his right foot, then tapped his toe several times and moved his foot closer to the cop's foot. The presence of others did not seem to deter Craig as he moved his right foot so that it touched the side of the cop's left foot in the next stall. Wow, this guy sounds like a real LBH.
Loser back home.
Not what he has here. And that's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning.
About 4 hours ago, you guys were talking about sky pigging and the slow release of braised boy beef in the Lambert powder room. There's a powder room at Lambert?
I don't think so.
I don't have much experience at Lambert, but is it still considered sky pigging if you're served ahi tuna on your grandpa's G6 at 40,000 feet? Another breaking news, my monogramming business is dealing with a corporate dissolution. I know this comes as a shock to most, but to be transparent, we haven't had a customer outside of family in over 5 years. We are now changing our model to by appointment only. I'm hoping this will bring more of the upper echelon blokes straight to my house for a more intimate needlepoint consultation while my weeble wobble husband watches. Any hoodles, you guys keep mentioning Festus. What is that? Sounds like a muskrat or something. I'm a bad girl, and I'm continuing to test things. Doug, that's from our January winner, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Good morning, gentlemen and Jackson. I wasn't going to email in today, but I'm halfway through a case of ultras, as is the duty of anyone in the YouTube chat. And I just finished the Segi with Doug guessing the top 5 center fielders in the league. Just wanted to give props for being so spot on. That kind of analysis is why I come here for all of my sports information. Well, that and the cute boys, of course. Can someone go do a wellness check on Andy Banker? Poor fella sounded like he hasn't slept in a solid week. Probably up all night worried about Mom's Deli. I'm sure he'll get amped up today when J.G. Wentworth goes yard again in J.G. Wentworth. Goes yard again in spring training. Anyway, got to go crack another one before this interview right after the show. Have a good one. That's from the YouTube chat.
YouTube chat.
Gentlemen, I just wanted to commend the team on the riveting Best Of segment last night on TMA All Day. Nothing quite says peak entertainment like a full hour of Iggy, former producer turned content creation juggernaut, employing Cucky as a full-time volunteer manager of everything, painstakingly listing every teacher he's ever had from preschool to writing 101 at UMSL, only to pivot seamlessly into his conversion rates at grade school dances and the hottest high school quarterbacks. The bar has been set, and I eagerly await next week's Best Of, featuring Jackson listing of his best friend Oatmeal's favorite Call of Duty maps and all the random chicks he just sort of kind of knows and brings onto the presentation. And that's normal somehow. Best, that's from Marty Horowitz, MD.
Marty Horowitz, MD. He's new.
Today was eye-opening. We got some earth-shattering information about Martin, and I may never recover. Turns out Kilcoyne is a dirty little sky pig. He likes to purchase airport hamburgers, patiently wait until the plane is soaring through the clouds, and then dig his grubby snout into lukewarm fast food 90 minutes later. There's no better way to kick off a flight than with some casual food poisoning. Martin also bragged about dropping mud in a women's restroom.
That was a rather remarkable confession.
What's more, Martin recently admitted to stealing loose, unmarked pills from his coworker's backpack while Jackson was busy standing in Martin's murky shower water. Oh, couple it with Jack, the fact that he misses 25% of the show every single day, and it finally dawned on me, Martin has fully transformed into Iggy. Of course, all of this is overshadowed by the fact that Jackson thinks Paul McCartney was married to Linda Ronstadt. Kind of like the time NBA boy thought Burger King was a British restaurant because there's a crown in their logo.
That's not why I thought that.
Jackson's faux pas will be forgotten, though, because we were too busy staring at the random dudes rattling HVAC ductwork, apparently doing some kind of wild science experiment in the back of your studio. All's well that ends well. It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, when I wake up in the morning and the alarm gives off the warning, I don't think I'm going to make it on time. This little number played before the real high school hijinks show. The real question is, how does the cast align with the greatest documentary of all time? Tim is clearly the alpha male, so he can be Zach Morris. The chairman looks stout enough to be a Mario Lopez lookalike. Doug puts off a strong Mr. Belding vibe. And Pistol Pale can be Screech.
Damn it, I knew I was going to be Screech.
Because he's always the whipping boy on the text inbox. That leaves Martin. Maybe he can be Rod Belding, the much cooler brother of Dick Belding, but he's always leaving before the episode ends. Anywho, if you're looking for the top Cardinal parody song, look no further than the Macarena spoof by Tony La Russa, squeezing out the wins like an automatic juicer. Cheers, that's from My Cousin Vinny.
My Cousin
and Doug,
Vinny.
that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A lot to choose from here today.
I
What
feel
you
like
got?
it's the strongest batch we've had in a while.
Wow.
Dense batch.
Big endorsement.
Could have voted for several, but I'm going to vote for the JV golf coach.
I like what this Tuesday lick shooter's doing. I'm going licks.
I like the JV golf coach.
Jamie Golf Coach.
Congratulations.
And he presented Mr. Licks from winning because Mr. Licks was going to get my vote. Wow, JV Golf Coach just took the lead on Buck Swope with that win.
Yeah.
Wow. This is a great battle. This is fun.
There's 3 or 4 could have won this.
Tip of the cap to the audience. You can always email in anytime the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.